I think we're going to just run with sauce. Thank you for the suggestions, and we still need a suggestion for the latest name. And I would say, without much further ado, let's just get started. And 3, 2, 1, let's go. I actually need to press the start button pretty hard on this controller. Okay, and I need to catch up already. Cake Town, thank you. You guys are so nice, that's crazy. Cake Town, thank you so much for the $20 donation. And it reads, found some loose change in the couch. That's a lot of loose change. Thank you so much, Cake Town, that's really the kind of you. Nebby Code, resubscribed for 3 ROMs in a row. Thank you, welcome back to you. And well, I'm glad you enjoy your stay. Thank you for the good luck as well. And Selec, resubscribe for 3 ROMs as well. Welcome back to you as well. You're hyped. Nice. Please do enjoy your stay as well. Thank you so much, guys. You should sleep? Well, please do go to sleep. There's always the VODs you can watch, and I always also highlight the... well, it generally always highlights the... like a monthlies. Vintage Look, thank you so much for the 500 bit share. That's really nice. 500 happy little rabbits. Thank you for the good luck. You gotta tell me what I got for Christmas from your brother. I'm interested, Jazz. And yes, I'm pretty sure I corrected the sauce thing. He got you a custom SNES cartridge of the running knife. Oh boy, nice. That's really awesome. Running is such a nice game. And I know you really like that, so that's really awesome. Maybe you'll practice running it again. Why not? Sounds like a good plan to me. So yeah, good morning, good evening, good afternoon everybody. I would like to point out that we are almost halfway there already. That's ridiculous. You're so nice, guys. Thank you so much. So, I guess the Sprite's name is going to be pretty much Taco, almost no matter what you would say, so... What is the latest name going to be? What do you guys think? Dragon7398, thank you! For the $7.39 donation, I really appreciate that. I like that it goes well with your name. Sprite was always your favorite character anyways. Well, it's definitely quite the character. Thank you so much, Dragon, that's really kind of you. Really appreciate that. And also, shoutouts to Quadlight here actually, who is updating the donations manually for me. Currently, I think. All mods can do that, but usually Quadlight is the fastest. And also, shoutouts to Quadlight for making the bot actually track the amount of money, so thank you very much. Oh god. Fuzzy Pones donated $20. Oh my goodness, thank you. Thank you so much for the $20 donation, and it just reads, boop. Thank you so much for the generous boop. That's really nice of you guys. How about fish? Salsa? I like the idea of salsa actually for ingredient to taco success, because this is glitchless, which means I'm going to not use any glitches, and also the Sprite solo without any weapon, without any magic is going to be a rather tough one. One of the downsides is I will have to defeat the Tropicalo as well as the Mantisant before I get the Sprite. So the boy is actually going to be level 3 rather than the casual level 1 that we usually have. Not much we can do about that, but that's okay. Eliabat on the right side indeed. Then, once again we have 6 letters for the name of the lady, all capital characters. And our main hero is going to be Taco, the sprite. And we already have sauce for the boy's name. So what else could be fitting for that? We have onion, we have salsa, we have fish. I heard fish tacos are a thing, but I'm not so sure about those. I've never had them, but I generally don't like fish. Actually, there is some fish type that I do tend to like, but it's kind of specific. And usually mixed with other stuff. Oh. When was it the last time? I think I only ever did 2 solo character challenge runs with the sprite. And especially now without magic, my resources are going to be real tight. So I kind of have to overlevel a fair bit with our body here. One of the biggest challenges early on will be pretty much the wall phase. And for that one we will have to grind quite a bit. So, generally speaking, for anyone who is not aware of how solo character challenges work, the way I handle them is I leave the other 2 characters that are, well, not the main hero of the story, at the lowest possible level. In this case it is the boy at level 3 and the lady at level 1. It is not a death sentence for the run or anything like that if they accidentally gain some levels or level up. It's just kind of, that's how I like to keep it. It's just an optional challenge, let's put it that way. Then aside from that, if I have to revive the other characters because they need to, let's say, cast laser beam on one of the orbs in order to open up a passage, that is just something I have to do. Similarly, this is a no magic challenge, but I kind of have to open up certain passages, otherwise I cannot really progress through the game. Those will be the exceptions, where they will have to help me out. Similarly with the boy here, he is just kind of the only character I have access to, so I will have to play until I unlock the sprite. Jagabot too busy role-playing to do his job. Yeah, looks like it. So also, for anybody who's not quite aware, what does glitchless mean? Glitchless essentially means we banned the use of various glitches throughout the run. This is basically a list of glitches that we decide to just not use. On top of that, we generally try to play it as much as a casual player would probably have played the run, so even if we could literally just walk around the cutscene trigger, and that would not technically be a glitch, we just are not going to do that. On the other hand, there are certain things that you could say are a bit questionable, such as cancelling damage through the use of items or similar things. But those are just generally things that will consider, like, a casual player would heal a character that is at low HP and is about to get whacked by a spell, so of course you would heal that character right then and there, so cancelling damage is just kind of a natural occurrence in this game. Similarly also a few other things. Agrees to you, Glassjaw, welcome. Going to it quite well, I hope you're doing well. Misread and thought you actually submitted sought for him like that. Not quite. Trump. Good morning, good evening, good afternoon. Again, if it sounds like I'm whispering, I hope the voice should still be at approximately the same volume for you guys, because of the compressor that I set up. But I am indeed whispering because I hope to not wake up somebody sleeping in the room next to mine. Which I probably already did, but who knows. Oh, no. I think I got through. Yeah, we got through there. So, the first thing that I will do is... Oh, hang on. It's pretty unsafe to try and kill those goblins without... to open the chest without killing those goblins. So, I will just backtrack with the Sprite, because the first thing I will need to do with the Sprite once we unlock him is to actually pretty much straight up go back and... grind money for basic equipment for the Sprite, because he will need it in order to get through this game at a reasonable pace. Do I even have enough money for this? Hang on, I need to go to the theater first, actually. Because from the theater you get your money back. But I would not have enough money to attend the theater in the first place if I went to... What's first? Okay, give me a second, I need to try and rearrange my seat a little bit. Alrighty, and I'm back. Radiodactylus, thank you. Thank you so much, and welcome back for 11 ROMs in a row. Well, I'm glad you enjoyed your stay, thank you so much. Thank you for the good luck. Hope you're doing well, welcome back. Have I learned some Japanese by staying here? A little, technically, I guess. To be blunt, I guess, I don't really know much more than before, however. Oh, before we go to what, I'm going to go ahead and save, because it's actually really easy to accidentally die to Tropicana, especially since I don't have a level 1 sword charge attack. Which makes it way easier to hit a Tropic Hollow in the small time frame it would be to make him stay for 2 attacks. Metal Bear, thank you. Thank you very much. Welcome back for 16 rounds in a row support. Well, I'm glad you enjoy your stay. Thank you so much. That's fine, give the theater manager I owe you. I see. Well, I guess we could try. I don't think he will accept that. Oh. It's so weird not even having a proper power rest for the boy here. Oh boy. That's why it's quite dangerous to try and take this thing on. Without a charge attack, because the charge attack just makes it for me to have a very good timing on all my attacks. But without it, it's just that much more difficult. I don't want to dodge a second one in the middle. Middle is better than the left side though. Okay, we got him. That's 40 damage from one attack. Just to show how much of a difference just the basic set of equipment makes. For the longest time he thought the Smith's War Spear was his armor and his eyes the Helm's fangs. I still see it that way actually. Like, I just can't unsee what's essentially having a skull head or something like that. Welcome back, Jazz. And our hero has joined the party. Please name this little sprite. As is tradition, our sprite is named Taco. So we immediately switch over to the sprite. The sprite needs a good weapon. Oh, fun fact, you actually have to talk to the lady once you free her from the walls with the boy. Otherwise you will not be able to continue. Also on top of that, interestingly enough, first of all I'm going to save because it's easy to accidentally die to those goblins. Second of all, I was talking about something and I was saying second of all, and now I don't remember what it was about. What was that about? So first of all, we need to make sure the boy doesn't get experience, it doesn't accidentally help us. Oh yeah, the lady needs... You need to talk... Ooh, I'm dead. That's why I saved. You need to talk with the lady, with the boy. But if the boy is dead, she actually revives him. Which is kind of a nice little twist, I guess. But she doesn't revive the sprite if the sprite is dead. The challenge begins, pretty much. The beginning here is going to be pretty rough. Actually, that's not just the beginning, realistically. Stop attacking, boy. Well, this time I'm going to just reset it in order to... get this back. So, those guys have 64 HP. So 4 times 15 is not quite going to do the trick. I need a little bit more money in order to buy a power wrist. The power wrist gives you +5 strength, And let me tell you, the Sprite gets 1 point of strength like every 3rd level up. So having +5 strength is, well, the equivalent of quite a lot of level ups in terms of attack damage. So I will be making sure to make use of that. Welcome to you, Violar. Hope you're doing well. Why especially using the Sprite for this run and not the boy? It's basically part of the challenge, or part of the silly challenge you could say. The Sprite is notoriously weak physically, both defense-wise and offensive, and just having a no magic challenge that uses only the Sprite as your main character makes this, let's put it this way, a pretty insane challenge. So we'll see how this is going to go. That's interesting. The Sprite sometimes gets double hits. I'm not entirely sure why that is. As you can see, we already deal a lot of more damage than before, which is pretty good. Goblin gets whacked, which means we actually deal double the damage. That's exactly why we just moved Balloon. Double the damage before the damage or the HP gets subtracted from the defense of the enemy. Those enemies here have 0 defense, so it's literally just straight up double damage. No character challenge? That would be kinda weird. Not sure how that would work. So, and I will be essentially killing enemies here until I have enough money to buy the best available equipment for the Sprite. That's the current goal. So here's the slime. Taco's level 4. So the Sprite is already gaining quite a few levels. He is 1 level above the boy now and still has less HP than him. Alrighty, now we just keep going back in order to kill more of those goblin dudes. The reason why I charge up my first attack is because this guarantees pretty much that I kill them in 3 attacks. A new spell checker? Nice. Oh, the rare 3 attacks were not enough. I think it needs to have low damage rolls on 2 of the 3 attacks in order for 3 attacks to not be enough. Okay, the sword is level 2 now. And I will also want to level up the spear to level 2, so I actually need a bit more money. I think I need 150 plus 200 plus 100. So that's 450. Plus another 45 for the Rabbite Cup. So about 500 gold is what I need in order to equip the Sprite fully. The reason I want to upgrade the spear is because the spear is actually... it has a higher base damage than the sword. That means a level 2 spear just does a little bit more damage than the sword. And, well, with the Sprite, we need any little damage boost that we can get. So we gain... I think they gave like 14 gold? Or was it 16? That was a one-shot, that's impressive. I didn't even know that could happen. Alt White, thank you. Alt White, just subscribe to Twitch Prime. I really appreciate that. Welcome to you. Well, I'm glad you enjoy your stay. Thank you so much. Let's see real quick. We have... Oh, we have enough money actually already, so we can go. So I have to walk back to the Dwarven village in order to actually unlock the shortcut. Plus, I guess, because it's glitchless, we do need the axe in order to get to Eleni's forest too. I don't know why the boys ghost attacks while going through this thing. The Sash Prime, thank you for the 100 bits. 100 happy rabbits. Thank you so much. Got better armor for the Sprite. A nicer helmet. And I actually don't have enough money. I need 29 more gold. Wrong thing. This is what I wanted. So we get full equipment for the Sprite. This is probably going to last for an hour or two. Probably like 2.5, I guess. This is going to be interesting. Brachydactylus, thank you so much for more happy rabbits. Thank you for another 100 bits. That's really kind of you guys, thank you so much. I think 3 goblins should do the trick. Wow, that's actually pretty quick to kill those things. We also reached level 6. After having a few more levels than the boy, we finally have more HP than he does. Game volume is greater than the voice. Yeah, hang on, I can fix this a little bit like this. Thank you for the heads up again. I'm trying to not be too loud. Because there's someone sleeping in the room next to me. But in theory the compressor should, well, at least amplify my volume. But I guess it's not quite enough. There we go. We don't have any supplies whatsoever, but we have a new weapon. And we will use it. Hi. I would like to save. So, we are finally ready to go out and kill Spiky Tiger. Before that we'll encounter some wolves, and I'm currently contemplating whether I should go and take out some chairs, or whether I should take out the bull rats. We have a spear and a dream. Meow meow choco chow. Or mevo mevo. Gotta keep those rabbits well fed with bits, lest they rage and turn pink. Yeah, that's spooky. So here's an easy way to take out those guys. Or not. At least if they cooperate. You just need to... oh well, not get destroyed. Oh wow, actually I already took out one of those guys. And hey, if we are lucky we can get a couple of wishes in a solo character challenge. Not usually that useful. Oh well. I wanted to demonstrate the easy way of dealing with those guys. Oh, nope, we get a trap instead. 50% chance. Oh look, how cute! Coochie coochie coo! That's what happens when you talk with the sprite with the boy, instead of the boy. And then the boy gets revived, because... yeah, oh, the sprite gets healed too? That's interesting. I didn't realize that the sprite would get healed as well. Please name this young lady. Oh, we had a suggestion of salsa earlier. I kind of like that idea. Fits well with tacos. Alrighty, so, order of operation. I'm going to unequip the boy's armor, and also unequip the lady's armor. That way they take more damage, and are easier to take out. Thank you. Alrighty. Still need the sword in order to whack some bushes, and then we will switch to the spear. So the sprite needs a fair few supplies to deal with Spiky Tiger all by himself. So we will aim to have 80 gold for 4 candies, plus 120, 240 to buy chocolates. Also, I think it's more efficient if I just go and grind on some chairs instead, because I want to save anyways before moving over to try and attack the Spiky Tiger. We will be grinding for a little while on chairs, because they give pretty good experience and money as well. Just hitting that guy so I don't get ballooned. And now we switch to our trusty spear, and that's going to be the weapon of choice for quite a while, as long as we don't have to open up vine passages and such. So our max damage right now is 27, it looks like. Wonder how many level it takes to increase that by 1. And Riku donated $5. Hey, thank you. That's really nice of you. Thank you so much, Riku. And it says, "Hi Yaga, good luck with the run. You'll be lurking." I see. Thank you so much, and enjoy your lurking. That's really kind of you. So there's 3 chairs in this room, but let's put it this way, if chairs get loose, they can combo you to death really easily and quickly. And this is just not a nice setup for a room, so to speak. Oh, managed to get past the wolves. And we are almost ready to start our grind. One of the tricky things is usually getting past Spiky Tiger, especially casually and you don't really know how to deal with this guy. Also, if you are not aware on how important it is to have something equipped in each one of the 3 armor slots, casual players often tend to take a lot more damage than necessary from Spiky Tiger. Essentially, what I'm gonna do is, I feel like I want to get a few levels in order to have enough HP and also preferably enough damage output to take on Spiky Tiger. Deal 28 damage now. So I'm probably going to go for just one more level to have a higher HP total, and then we should already be ready for the Spiky Tiger. The way I'm doing this here is the chairs try to go towards the Sprite, which is more to the right than he is below. Oh yeah, and also need to level up the spear, that's true. So the chairs just bump into this table and never get away from it. I wait a little bit before hitting them again, because if I land a critical hit, the chairs actually get knocked back pretty far. And knocked back means away from their facing direction. By default, they are actually facing up. Which means they would get knocked down and into the room, which kind of makes it rather difficult to control them. Again, chairs are actually really scary enemies, so you want to be a bit careful. We could get lucky and get a rare chest drop, but it's more likely that we get traps instead. So the way traps works in this game is you have a 50-50 chance of whether you get a trap or whether you get a regular chest with the item instead. That changes once you have enough agility to cross that threshold. Oh my goodness, Nailene, thank you! Thank you for the 5 random gift subscriptions gifts. That's really kind of you. Thank you so much. The recipients are Zaktik, Newster, Darth Yoshi Boy, Classic, and Battlesep. Thank you so much. Nailene, that's really nice of you. I might actually go for one more level here. Let me see real quick how much experience we get. 395 required for the next level. Now we are at 332. So we get 63 experience from killing 3 chairs. Which means it is just about 4, 5, 6 more hits of chairs. Which doesn't sound like too much for one more level. Yeah, thank you so much, Nailene, that's really nice of you. No HDQ for me this year? Nope. I haven't gone to the last few HDQs because, well, I just cannot really justify it. I would like to go there. There's a lot of good friends and people that I've met over the years. And also, potentially I would get a speedrun in there too. But I just don't have enough money, so that's kind of that simple. So I have to be responsible and just kind of watch from afar. The nice thing is, today, just a few hours after I'm done with this run, or well, probably done with this run, HDQ will start, so hopefully people have more to watch right after. Thank you very much, Nailin. You guys are really kind. We are already more than 2/3 there, which is crazy. Thank you very much. So it's like one more set of enemies to kill. What I always liked doing as a kid was, you know those wolves there on the right side? They are really scary and difficult to take out. But I figured it out. Hang on, and I'm going to give the lady a bow. What I figured out is that... Wait, I shouldn't give her a bow. You can just shoot them from across here with a boomerang. And be super safe about it. Plus, they're actually not even going to heal, because right now they are in their dash form, which means you can see them wiggle faster back and forth than usual. Which means they are trying to attack the sprite and rush towards him. And they are not getting out of that rush until they actually get an attack in. But they don't get an attack in because, well, I'm across the wall. So this run will take about 16 hours? Well, I don't know how long the run will take, to be completely honest with you. But the Yaga Monthly usually lasts around 16 hours. If I'm done before the 16 hours, depending on how much, well, quicker I'm done, I might just do some other things too. But for now, 16 hours is the basic idea. Oh, I can even get some toucan medical herbs. You hope this year's HDQ is better than the last one? I believe I've heard a lot of people really like the previous HDQ, but I have to admit I don't remember anything of it pretty much. Also, I have to admit I haven't even looked at the schedule yet for the upcoming HDQ, so what are runs you would like to watch? You remember abusing this spot when you were young with the wolves? Yeah, it's a really nice spot. Let's see how Spiky behaves today. The problem with marathons like that is the more often you watch them, the less interesting they get. Maybe. I guess the novelty of, oh, this is insane, this run kind of wears off a little bit, especially once you've watched speedruns of most of your favorite games. Gorogen, or Korugen, feel free to correct me on how to pronounce that. Thank you for the 100 bits. 100 happy little rabbits. I really appreciate those. Thank you so much. Alrighty, first order of operation, we just hold down right. Do not get hit by the spiky, and then I want to get eaten by spiky. Because this makes him deal significantly less damage and less harm to me than if I were to do this somehow differently. A fire breath would deal a good chunk of damage, but if I use a candy at the appropriate time, I'm just going to cancel out that damage entirely. However, I don't have enough to survive this for too long. I just hope that he doesn't kill me while I'm engulfed in flames. Yeah, we survived. We should survive one bite attack. Well, he decides to jump up anyways. As long as I'm close enough for him to eat me rather than to... jump, he should eat me. Unless he decides to jump onto the side areas there. Another classic, thank you. Thank you for the $7.41 donation. Really appreciate that. Oh wow, I missed. But this is what you really don't want to see. I was not in time to get eaten, so Spiky ended up using that kind of attack. And he could just combo me until I'm dead. Unless he decides to be kind of like this. So he can do one of two things while I am out of reach and he takes to take an action. And either he does this one, or... that didn't work. Or he does a jump and tries to land in the middle of your party. Actually going to just walk away and heal. Which actually worked out surprisingly well right there, better than getting eaten. I'm lucky I don't have to use another candy or chocolate, because those I can only restock at Nico's. He survived one more attack and then I have to use the chocolate. Okay, he's not dead. Okay, when he jumps I know he is going to the towers because he would not otherwise jump. By the way, earlier I used the menu to deny the fire bouquet damage dash. Oh, I just hope he doesn't kill me here. And I can... oh, that was a high damage roll. Rip. Essentially, you can open up the menu in between the spell hitting, but before it actually deals damage, unless the spell follows up with a status effect that crowd controls you. So you can actually deny a lot of damage. Enjoy your lurk mode, Vanakat. Thank you for dropping down, dropping by. And well, I hope you have a relaxing day in the evening, morning, whatever it might be for you. Take care. And enjoy the lurking. And Classic donated $7.41. Thank you so much, Classic. Tame that tiger and rescue the princess once and for all. I like that number coincides with your name. Classic 741, $7.41. Nice. Tame that tiger and rescue the princess once and for all. Yeah, unfortunately the princess kind of got away from us last time. So you have to hunt her down a bit further. Spiky can be a bit of a meanie, but realistically I mostly died because I wanted to not use up too many resources. That is pretty much my bad, really. Two attacks. And here I just hope he doesn't kill me. 19 damage. 19 more. I'm going to die if he does that once more. I'm going to die to this one anyways. Well. You just need to get a bit lucky, unless you want to use all of your cups of wishes and honey and such at the same time. Which I do need them later for myself. I guess I could get them back. The problem with buying them again, I think Nico at the underground area is gone, so I would have to go all the way to his house in order to buy more honeys and such. Or chocolates. And Nico is the only source of chocolates and royal jam, aka honey, right now. Can we raise more money to Yagmoth and Games Done Quick? That's highly unlikely. Good evening to you, Razarmer. Welcome. And thank you for the good luck. I will definitely need that. Enjoy the lurk, and I wish you a good night. Rest well. Would leveling more help? Marginally. Not really. If I don't get lucky this time either, I'm just going to start using up all the resources and just go and visit Nico out of the way in order to buy the things again. 27 damage? Okay. Well, he can do 27. This time I'm going to deny the fire breath damage because it's kinda likely that just 2 fire breaths would straight up kill me, which would be less than ideal. Here I have the chance to at least survive like 3, depending on how much it takes anyways. Switching back to the spear because it just deals more damage. And hope that he just eats me a bunch. This is mildly awkward because he's going to jump now anyways, doesn't he? Oh, he jumped to the side. So that was halfway lucky, in a sense. Kind of weird to call that lucky actually, because you don't want him up there. Okay, one more will kill me. Probably. Yeah, okay. We're just going to invest more resources here now. Again, we just need to mostly get lucky if I want to save the resources, but I'm just going to deny the damage by using chocolate and candies straight up. Which might still not be enough if he decides to just camp up there. But at least it gives me significantly higher chance to kill Spiky and move on from now. I wonder whether there's already fish on the right side of the water palace. That would probably be a better grinding spot than... Wait, I need to grind there. Ah, of course there's fish already. Okay, I'm going to look up my things real quick. I have a document with loads of secret mana information, including various enemy stats and what they give me and experience and such. The fish gave me 35 experience, goblins gave me 38, and more goblins gave me 42. Alright, so I will probably grind them goblins instead. Who knows? Alrighty, here we go. 21 damage. Plus 28. We have 49 so far. Plus 28 is 74. And we are above, I think, 102. I need to heal now. Pretty sure he... Oh, no, never mind. He can hit me with that thing there. Uh-oh. That was lucky. But no, kind of trapped in here. Or not. Not anymore. By the way, whenever he jumps down from the towers on the left and the right, he will jump into the middle, the exact center. Jump, jump, jump. This is okay-ish. Not great, but at least I know it's not going to engulf me in flames, meaning I have time. Also, I do have time to charge up to level 2 if I'm not engulfed in flames before I need to hit him. He doesn't take actions before that. 17. He can deal up to 28 damage, I think, with his regular attack. Oh wow, that's a really good crit right there. I'm not going to risk it. I'm going to just whack him once and heal up here. Nice. We actually didn't even use anything but candy, using up resources this time. RPG check, thank you. Thank you for the big host, I really appreciate that, and welcome everybody. I hope you're doing well. And thank you, Ruff. Yes, that's the document. You feel like this use would be more of a challenge if you only use the bow. Wow, ghost die. Yes, it would be. That would be ridiculous. Oh my goodness. Thank you for the massive host RPG check. Welcome everybody. I hope you're doing well. Good morning, good evening, good afternoon. We are currently just, well, embarked on a journey to complete the game with the sprite alone, without using anything but physical attacks. Magic is only allowed to open up passages if we need it to smash some orbs, and that's it. So this will take a while. Quite a challenge. Welcome guys, I hope you're doing well. Thank you so much RPG Chick, and welcome everybody. I hope you're doing well, and I hope you enjoy your stay over here. And thank you. Pikey was really nice this time around. What did I say, 4 times the charm? Or something like that. Oops. So, as usual, I like to just kill off my not heroes right here. A charge attack guaranteed a kill there, whereas the regular sword swing would not have. So, the nice thing is I only have to restock candy, so I don't have to visit Nika. Now that I think about it, I walked past him anyways, so it wouldn't even be that big of a deal. Huh. Oops. You've never seen someone beat Secret Mana without magic? Well, I've done it without magic before, but I've never done it with just a sprite and no magic. Which is just a little bit crazier. Just a little. Oh. Uh-oh, that's bad. Ah! That's spooky. Alright, we're going to save real quick, because if you get caught out by those fish, they deal insane amount of damage. Does this pop 40% if we go with canonical names? Pretty much, yes, TM Murdoch. Only the sprite is allowed. Happy fishies. Yeah, something like that. I don't want to refight the spiky tiger, so I'm just going to save here. I forgot that Luca gives you a dialogue here, so just do the save and quit thing again. It's the girl named Go, aka her true name. Nope, she's currently named Salsa to complement Taco. Whilst, thank you for the 74 bits of food. Really appreciate those. It's actually relatively easy to take out those fish once they have converged in a simple spot like this. So that's kinda nice. Switching back to a spear because it just deals more damage. Classic, thank you. Let's refight the Spiky Tiger. Ah, I'm sorry, too late. We'll fight it on other playthroughs again. Certainly. Classic, thank you so much for the generous 741 bits. That's crazy. Thank you so much, Classic. So this guy should transform in just a moment here. After you deal 300 damage, he will transform into a biting lizard. And then I just hit him until he dies. He will heal himself 3 times for a lot of health. There's not much I can do about that, so we just wait and hit him. One question, don't you need magic for the mana beast for the sword? No, you don't need it, although it would definitely be quite helpful. The thing is, in the solo character challenge, you don't have the 3 characters available to create the sword anyways. So the trick to the mana beast is that it just has a crazy amount of defense. So it's not that you can't damage it without the mana sword, it's just you need a lot of damage to punch through its defense. And that's pretty much what I will be doing, or aiming for anyways. Finally started playing the Secret of Mana remake this week. Oh yeah, I heard of that problem as well. The game thinking that you have 2 controllers connected. Which could just be avoided if you had a simple start button to half drop in from the second player. Oh well. Hey Ryan Tron, welcome, how are you doing? Low path on this fight? Well, there's not really a better way to do this anyways. Especially with the solo sprite. And now we would finally have magic! Where the sprite would be able to tear through the rest of the game until the mana beast very easily. Normally. Except for this time. We're not going to be using magic in order to beat enemies. Rip your brethren. The biting lizard, the biting cat. I see. No one can stop me now. Or something like that. Alrighty, so if I can arrange it, I'd rather have my allies here not die. Oop. Fortunately, that already was messed up by somebody accidentally dying. Because the fish got in the way. Normally can just run down left. So what am I gonna do? When was that? When did I say that? Honk. Alrighty. I decided to just walk instead of investing in reviving the lady and or the boy. It's actually not much slower to walk over to Gaia's navel. Whatever. Or here. Although, definitely faster to cannon travel. So, if I remember correctly, I think it was actually reasonably simple to take out those goblins coming up with the spear, rather than using the tried and true method of sniping them with the boomerang. We're going to upgrade the boomerang because I will have to upgrade that thing at some point anyways. And right now I don't really have anything to invest my money into anyways, aside from some candy, and that's it. So let's see how this is going to go. Okay, which one is ready? Boomerang. Oh, I'm not going to use the bow for a while. I'm going to give you the bow. The reason why I give AI control characters ranged weapons is so they don't accidentally hit stuff. The chance is essentially that they are not going to hit stuff because ranged weapons are kind of awkward to use. And the AI is, well, unless you change their AI setting, they're not much better than you are. Did I ever equip the armor on the sprite, by the way? I think I did. Yep, would have been nice in a sense if I forgot that, and that's why I took so much damage, but nope. The sprite just generally takes that much damage. He uses Moogle? Moogle. So the danger of trying to take on those guys is that their boomerangs are really spooky, and you don't want to get hit by them. So something like this kind of works. But it's also going to take a while. So here's a trick, or the tricky thing. I need to take out the fire gears reasonably quickly. But one of the main problems is actually I don't need to just prepare for the fire gears. I actually have to pretty much prepare for the upcoming wall phase boss fight as well. And that's kind of the bigger problem about this upcoming section just now. Wall phase is really strong. In that I will have to run it out of magic. And I will need more levels in order to have higher defense for that. So I'm actually going to check what level I should go for in order to have an appropriate amount of defense. Kill that guy with. Also I need to scroll up the camera, otherwise the goblins are not going to come back down. Oops. Forgot about that until just now. So, alrighty, stats. What level are we currently with the sprite? According to the HP value, we are at level 10. So where do we get more strength and when do we get more constitution? Next point of constitution is at level 12. I feel like that is not going to be enough. Then we get another point of constitution at level 14. When do we get more points of strength? Strength is not going to be that big of a deal for a while. I'd rather need the Constitution for the wall face anyways. So I guess strength is the bigger deal for taking out fire gigas just now. So level 13 is another point of strength. So let's aim for level 13 for now, maybe? Or what was Constitution? 14. Okay, let's aim for level 14 for now. Level 14 we will attempt to tackle the fire gigas. Wall face was quite tough even with magic. Yeah, the thing is, if you know how to take advantage of his weakness, it is not nearly as tough. But since I can't use magic, that thing is going to be quite monstrous, I dare to say. Stop going to the side there, dude. I don't know why they do that. Wonder what happens if I just stay still at the very entrance. I think the goblins usually just jump back, and that way... yeah, they are not coming down. Actually, technically, I could use this to my advantage. So what I in theory can do is I can try to kill one of those guys off screen. Oh, but I probably don't have enough reach to hit that guy. Okay, I do hit some of them, I guess. Alright, that doesn't work. Let's try real quick hitting them with the spear. May not be a horrible idea. Yeah, this is spooky. Because if you get hit and then comboed by their attacks, you're in big trouble. Although it's definitely a lot faster than using any other method. Uh-oh. I'm going to go back and save real quick. I do want to use the spear, but it's also kind of dangerous. Does a single character gain more experience if the other characters are dead? No. In Seeker of Mana, all your characters always gain the same amount of experience. Welcome to you guys, Ultima. I hope you're doing well. Welcome back indeed. I'm a little bit hungry, but nothing too bad. You really like the Javelin's a ranged weapon? I like the Javelin overall. The main downside of it is that it's just on a single target. 2 crits? Wow. If the Javelin wasn't single target, it would be so much easier to actually use it. Oh, the lady stopped blocking me from going down further. Good thing I saved, because I'm dead here. Alright, maybe I should stick to boomerang. So once I have 137 HP, we will move forward. And hopefully that's going to be enough for the wall face. And yes, please mind your language around here, I would appreciate that. Basically, as a rule of thumb, keep it family friendly. Not necessarily a stream meant for families, but that's kind of how I like to keep it. Let's see. Skill up. Oh yeah, I do need to level up the boomerang as well. Yeah, don't worry. I do realize that different people come from different backgrounds, and that might just be how you express yourself every day. In fact, I dare to say that's probably kind of a norm for most people to an extent. So that's just normal that some people just kind of don't know, I guess. That's okay. Also, even if something slips out later, it's just like, I appreciate the effort if you just try anyways. Thank you very much. How far do their boomerang reach? Oh, I have probably more space than I anticipate. Plus, even if I get hit once by a boomerang, it wouldn't be the end of the world. The amount of expletives varies with environment and mood. Yes, that sounds about right. That's kind of how I feel like most people probably do that. Because when you're on the job, usually you need to keep your language under control. And that's just kind of how it is normal in that kind of environment. Usually. I guess there is probably exceptions to that too. You usually never swear unless you're alone, then you transform into a sailor for some reason. Wow. I see, that's fair. Makes you also more creative in finding alternatives to the common swearing. Yeah, I actually really enjoy what Zwoogie does, when he just kind of on stream goes for stuff like sugar puffs. Like, just try to find a word that starts with the same thing that you would use for swearing, as in just kind of like SH, for example, and then you just try to come up with the cutest thing you can go for and try to say that in a really angry tone. That's interesting. Swook gave that up a while ago? Oh, he did? I have to admit, I have not watched Swook stream in a while. He does not stream when I can watch. Usually anyways. Oh, he used to do that. Oh well. He didn't do that in team calls either way. Oh, I know. You swear like a sailor who is in a swearing contest, but not here. I see. Thank you, Wells. I appreciate that. That's really nice of you. Generally speaking, I personally don't really mind to an extent. But I know there are people who just don't enjoy that kind of environment. And more or less this is the type of environment that I would like to provide for people that just don't really like those kinds of things, where it's just keep it nice. Why not? Doesn't really hurt trying. The Ragnarok series replay brings the worst in you. Aw. Sorry to hear that, Ryok. Ragnarok Online is kinda strange. In PvP or War of Empyrean, that game still makes me nervous nowadays. Like in stuff like competitive PvP like League of Legends, I don't get nervous, but in Ragnarok Online I still get nervous because potentially I can get more for the rest of my characters. Although the chances of me ever even getting a castle at the end of a War of Imperium are minimal at best. I've had like 3 opportunities where I didn't get lucky enough for that to happen. Often, I don't know, 50 times I tried. Like 3 times out of 50 I was actually in the position to try and take on the crystal before dying, but I didn't get the last hit on it. All of them spam skill that makes them unaffected by all skills. That's a thing. That's weird. I know the Tech 1 Master can use the tumble for certain things, but not everything. Panzerkampfwaffel, thank you. Thank you for a tier 2 sub for 4 ups in a row. That's really, really kind of you. Thank you so much. Welcome back. I'm glad you enjoy your stay. Well, you did catch me in life indeed. Tatami flip. Is that for skills too? It might be, I guess. I have to admit I don't really know ninjas. Let me check that while I'm waiting for these guys anyways. I think this so far is pretty much the safest way of trying to take those guys out. Just need to stay in the middle until they finally arrive. Xander Fury, thank you for the €5 donation. Greetings from Germany. Well, greetings from Japan currently. Thank you so much, Xander Fury. That's really kind of you. Really appreciate that. Oh, one of them escaped. No, friends. Rocks are friends. Not food, guys. Do you know when you will be leaving Japan or planning to stay? I will be leaving Japan either this month, or if I'm allowed to extend my visa, which is kind of likely, let's put it that way. I will be staying until the end of March, where I will be staying in the US for a while. I don't actually know how long I'm allowed to stay in the US. Frogs are friendly food? No. Frogs are friends, not food. Come on. Yes, US stream times should hopefully be a lot friendlier. I hope I can stream from there reasonably well anyways. Chances are, yes. Visitor visas are good for 3 months here. I see. Oh hey, a chest. Let's see what's in there. Bombs. So the Sprite's natural agility is pretty low, so chances for me to... avoid the traps. Actually, it has little to do with chance, but the threshold for me to avoid the traps entirely is kind of far away. Transfer food? No. Oh, good night. Rest well, and thank you for dropping by. Take care. If you look for... I appreciate that, Roth. Thank you. But yeah, I'm going to be staying more in the east to center area, if I'm not mistaken. Just kind of around Ohio. But thank you very much. Did that guy just jump over my boomerang? I think he did. Hey Kaneki, welcome. How are you doing? Good morning, good evening, good afternoon to you. Just one more level, by the way, and then we are ready for the Fire Gigas. Well, in a sense, I'm not really getting ready for the Fire Gigas. I'm getting ready for what comes after with the wall phase. Which is kind of currently my biggest goal, to get ready for that guy. Oh yeah, I remember that one. For some reason, my brain told me, I hope your dinner is going to be terrible, even though I completely meant the opposite. It's just like, what the... Why would you even say that? That was so weird. You're doing wonderful. Hey, that sounds awesome. Going to DM your first D&D game. Nice. That sounds awesome, Kaneki. I hope you enjoy. You have some Reese's peanut butter cups? Peanut butter is weird to me. I feel like I kinda like peanut butter, but it needs to be mixed with some jam, otherwise it's too strong for my taste. You need to find someone sweet. Oh. I mean, that's kind of nice too. I don't think that's what you would imply with finding someone sweet. Usually goes die. Maybe. The difference between 37 damage and 38 is that they land on their back or not, those goblins. Oh. Let's actually see, how much experience do I gain from... one set of enemies here. So we need 904 experience more. But yeah, something sweet would be nice. I do agree with that. So 904 to 782. That is 122. For 3 goblins, that is. Ice cream sounds nice. Nom nom nom. You have ice cream? Aw, lucky you, I don't. Just a little more and we're almost there. By the way, we have 12 MP at this point of the Sprite, which would be more than enough to take on the next 6 bosses or so. If I were allowed to use magic. But I'm not. Kaneki, thank you. Thank you so much for 27 ROMs in a row of support. Welcome back. Well, I'm glad you enjoy your stay. Thank you so much for a long time. That's really nice of you. Why did you go to the left, dude? That's just silly. So we should almost be at level 14 now. The main reason, once again, why I'm grinding here rather than later, because I'm pretty sure I can already take on the Fire Gigas since like 2 or 3 levels, is because the wall phase is not going to be as easy of a thing, because I need to pretty much outlast his MP pool with as many items as I do have, which are not that many. It's literally as many as I can have. Well, that's not entirely true. I can technically also get a barrel, and if I'm crazy, I could get a fairy walnut for denying 1 spell damage, which that's a pretty expensive investment. But I will eventually do that. Hey Leon, welcome back. How are you doing? How's it going? Why are you walking to the left, dude? That's just weird. You do find it rather funny that this goblin holds axes but throws boomerangs. They also use their axes if I get close enough. But yes, their boomerangs are actually really dangerous and vicious, because unlike player cactus, they don't have to wait until they catch the boomerangs again in order to use the boomerangs again. They can just attack repeatedly. You're fine, that sounds nice. I'm doing quite well as well, thank you. How does the experience mechanic work for bosses? Do you gain overflow into the next level needed, or does it just cap when you level up? I'm not sure about the bosses part, but I actually don't know, Ghost Eye. I'm pretty sure it just flows over into the next level up. Pretty sure it just flows into the next level up, because there is a total amount of experience that you can get. Alrighty. For once, we actually have the Sprite directly here, and don't have to kill up the Sprite because we are doing a Sprite solo challenge. But also, I will not be able to use my magic, which would be by far the most powerful tool to take damage or deal damage to this guy. Oh, well. So this guy has, I think, 800 HP or 850. If somebody would like to keep track of how much damage we deal, feel free to go ahead. But this is going to be a lot of damage there. So this would kill me if I do not use an item to deny the damage there. Guaranteed. Actually, might survive the lava wave. Either way, we need some fire breaths in order to not run out of resources. So opening up the menu like that in order to deny damage is actually not reliable with the Sprite. It is pretty reliable with the boy, but it's not reliable with the Sprite or the lady at all, so I'm a little bit at the mercy of randomness. Most of the time I can open up the menu, but sometimes the game decides to just skip over and say nope, not today. And if I'm actually physically attacking like that, 146 is too much. If I'm attacking like that, I can't open the menu anyways. So yeah. 850 HP, alrighty. So yeah, I need to get lucky in order for the fire gigas to play along pretty much. I was around that 212 damage. I see. Okay. So the thing is, I actually made the mistake of accidentally attacking just when he was about to cast a spell. If he cast Fireball it would have been fine, but he cast Lava Wave, which is a more instant connection with my character, and so I could no longer use the menu. Ironically, even though Lava Wave costs 3 MP and Fireball only 2, Fireball does more damage. Kinda weird. So my death just now was purely my fault realistically, but the best pattern the Fire Gigas can give me is he flies away, I cast one spell on him, and I attack him once, I don't cast spells. Would be silly in this challenge. He flies away, I attack him once he lands again. I manage to hit him just before he casts his spell, just for a little bit more damage on top of it. And then he flies away again. So this is what I'm looking for, Fire Breath. But then he needs to fly away after Fire Breath, because while I'm gonna engulfed in flames, I will just straight up die to Lava Wave. The idea here is kind of like before. I will not take... I can survive a Fire Breath. That's kind of literally the only attack I don't instantly die from. But it engulfs me in flames, and I cannot actually do anything while engulfed in flames. So makes it a bit awkward. Is it possible to make a no physical attacks challenge with maybe the exception of the Mana Beast? That's pretty much the glitchless strategy actually. Well, not entirely. You would have to change it up a little bit, but you could do a no physical attacks except for the Mana Beast, and well, up until you get Undine, that is, in less than 4.5 hours without too much trouble. Would I use a medical herb? No, the problem is that I can't open the menu as soon as I get hit by the Fire Breath attack. If I could open the menu, I could use a medical herb, but even if I were to be able to open up the menu, because the Sprite is crowd controlled, he actually cannot use an item. So it would all be grayed out. Hey Manzik, welcome. Hope you're doing well. Right. You're alive for now. If I were to just level up twice more, I might actually survive a lava wave. That's 2 charge attacks and a little bit more. That's pretty much the pattern I want him to go for. Except that I want him to get into his hurt animation so I can hit a little bit more damage afterwards. Because I can't do a second hit right there. Otherwise I'm going to die. Does Fireball kill me too? Yes, Fireball does actually more damage than Lava Wave. The dangerous part is when he stays around. Oh, good night, Vanakat. Thank you for dropping by. And rest well. Sleep well. Ah, and this is where I did not manage to open up the menu in time, unfortunately. $358. Oof. We are quite a bit of damage short there. Because I was already starting to use up the chocolates. I might have to go out of my way to pick up some barrels. Barrels allow me to deny more spells. Also, I will not get hit by a fire breath on top of that. Or more specifically, fire breath actually does nothing because it's considered a physical attack rather than a spell. The barrel completely blocks it. Let's try this again. Thank you for keeping track of the numbers, by the way. It gives me an idea on how much more I would need. As I said, I thought that the fire gigas wouldn't be that much of a problem, and then without leveling more. The thing is, leveling only really helps me if I were to survive an attack from him, which I currently don't. 44 plus 13. I could gamble on this one. And I feel like I have to gamble at some point on some fire breaths, but not this one yet. Fire breath mastery just for him. Spiky Tiger also uses fire breath. And no one of your characters can learn fire breath. Generally speaking, any spell that your characters can learn are considered spells. I'm going to gamble on this one. Oh, wow, I didn't even get in there. That worked out well. Generally, all the spells are considered magical if you can cast them as a player. Oh, that's bad. Unfortunately, I did not manage to open up the menu in time. Also, he just stayed around, which is bad luck by itself. Beyond the 82? Alrighty. Thank you. So I would need about 150 HP to have a chance at surviving a spell. The only time I survive a spell like that, however, is in case he gets a low damage roll rather than a full damage roll. So let's see real quick. What level would I need in order to have 150 HP? At level 16 I have 152, so that's 2 more levels. How much more experience is it for 1 level? Let's say I'm going to give this like 3 more tries, including this one. If we don't get it in 3 more tries, I will be leveling up to to level 16, I think. No glitches? Yes, indeed. Brings you Profness, thank you. Thank you so much for 26 months in a row support. Welcome back. Well, I'm glad you enjoy your stay. Thank you so much. So yeah, removing damage is not considered a glitch in our community. As in denying the damage, that is. You feel kind of like a solo operator with this many ones. It is. So, removing the damage we do not consider a glitch because... Consider this situation. Your character gets hit by a spell. And that character has really low HP. What do? You heal the character. So, in casual playthrough, you will just automatically, more often than not actually, end up removing or denying the damage. Just kind of by virtue of playing the game normally. So this is why we don't consider this to be a glitch for the purposes of glitchless. Just removing the damage, that is. This is bad. Hopefully uses fire breath here, because else I'm in trouble. Because now I'm in the healing animation and I can't do anything. Ruff subscribed for 37 months with Twitch Prime. That's crazy. Thank you so much, Ruff. Welcome back to you. Well, I'm glad you enjoy your stay. Thank you so much. It's 10 upstaged. Your number is nothing to sneeze at, Roughness. Yeah, thank you so much, guys. You're really kind. Considering the damage numbers that I've gotten hit by the Fire Gigas the last few attempts, I kind of don't feel like it's a particularly good idea to level up to level 16. Just kind of hope that I get luckier than what I did so far. Oh. If I had a barrel, I would be able to deny the damage quick enough in order to be ready for another spell. Even if it stays. But I would not normally use the barrel, probably. Yes, Profnest did really nice commentary, I agree. Let's try this again. You'll pretty much always use Exploder if I... Oh! Oh, that's interesting. I can make him do Exploder. But what I need to do is I need to get him into his hurt animation and then stand below him, which makes him use Exploder rather than anything else. Okay. Alright. I hope I get to charge up my attack here. Oh no, don't stay, dude. And I'm dead. 187 HP. I would need 190 HP in order to survive those attacks. That is level 21. That would take ages. Alright, I'm going to buy barrels. And getting lower, yep. Unfortunately this is not limbo, so getting lower is not exactly the goal. I'm going to buy barrels. Barrels will allow me to have a little bit more freedom in how I deny the damage. I should have bought barrels on my way over here, I think. But I figured, just items are fine. Which, if I get lucky enough, they are. That's kind of the tricky part. I need to get lucky enough. Jago Banter, thank you. Thank you so much for 10 rounds in a row support. Welcome back. Well, I'm glad you enjoy your stay. Thank you so much. That Velbean reminds me, how's Velhart doing? Currently I don't really get the opportunity to watch his streams because I'm pretty much on opposing time zones right now. He's on the way to HDQ today? Man. He was not attending HDQ when I was attending, and now it's the other way around. Isn't there equipment that increases magic defense? Each piece of equipment does have a magic defense value, yes. But I don't think any of the items that I have would actually increase, or could possibly access, would increase my magic defense by any interesting amount. I could look at it real quick. Let's see. So let's see. For the heads, I actually only have literally one choice of headgear, so there's nothing else I can do anyways aside from the rabbite cap. The rabbite cap gives us 5 magic defense, same as defense essentially. Then let's see. For the armor, we have 3 different choices: the chain vest, the mitch rope, and so the mitch rope has 4 magic defense, actually 3 less than regular defense, but 15 magic evasion, which that might be interesting. But chain vest also has 6 magic defense, 2 more than the mitch rope, and 15 magic evasion. And then we have the spiky suit, which is what we currently have equipped, which has 8 magic defense, once again 2 more than the one before, and 15 magic evasion. That's the best armor we can get for the Sprite right now. For the armor we are covered, and then I think accessory slot we have technically 2 options. One is the power wrist, which increases our damage by 5, or by strength I guess by 5, which is huge. And the other option would be the elbow pad. Elbow pad has 4 magic defense, 37 magic evasion. Power wrist has 7 magic defense and 37 magic evasion. So we have the best equipment right now that we can get. I don't think any other pieces of equipment in the long run are going to make much of a difference. We can take another look at it for Doom's Wall later. Not Wallface, Doom's Wall. I do mean Doom's Wall. Because for Wallface, we still won't be able to get anything new. There's just no other shops that buy or sell anything. Sauce, salsa and taco, yep, that's our names. So the thing about defense is, I believe evasion is always the same among all items. The only difference would be for defense is that you have a little bit more magic defense, if anything, which is a flat reduction of how much damage you take. Evasion would technically be useful in that... I'm actually going to go outside and save, by the way, because then I don't have to activate those switches all the time again. Evasion would be useful in that sense that it would increase the chance for us to take less damage from a spell. But again, that really only matters as well if we have at least 2 more levels and possibly survive a spell attack. Which I'm going to give it like 5 or 6 tries from here. And if we still don't manage to best this big guy, then I will consider leveling up to 16. 16 might also have a constitution bonus. Let's see real quick. That's level 16, 152 HP. Constitution. No, next one would be at level 17 for 1 more constitution. Constitution reduces damage we take by a little bit. And then strength would be, well, if we get 1 more level we would have a little bit more strength. Just 1. Level 15 will have 5 evade instead of 4. Oh, so I'm a dummy, I didn't start with the spear. I'm not sure what you mean with that. I'm just going to gamble on that. And I lose unless he uses another fire breath. I'm dead. What do you mean with 5 evade instead of 4? There's something I'm not considering. Magic and physical evasion, by the way, are separate. I'm not sure if you're looking at the potential evasion that agility may give. Does agility give evasion? Yet the more evasion helps in less damage on magic attacks. Oh yeah, it has it increases the chance for us to take a low damage roll rather than a high damage roll if we have more evasion. Level 14 has 4 evasion and 15 5. Where do you get those numbers from? By the way, as I said, evasion and magic evasion are separate, so regular evasion wouldn't help us. Interesting. Thank you for the link, I appreciate that, Fuzzy Bones. Aww. So I think that evasion stat that you're reading is probably the one that you see in the status window. By the way, the status window doesn't always tell the truth, unfortunately. I'm just going to deny that damage. Barrel. This guy really likes to stay right now. Arrow also does a little bit of damage. This is a glitch you can do with the barrel. Could you please go away, buddy? This guy, using up all my barrels already. Go away. Oh my goodness. I need him to use fire breath now. Or be really slow like this. This is the worst possible pattern if he does not just fly away. Because I just don't have enough time to charge up an attack, and I use my resources way too quickly for just low amounts of damage. That is really unlucky. But you can see the barrels help me quite a bit, just surviving those quick patterns. So I will have a higher probability overall of surviving stuff. Ouch. Wow. The instant recoveries. Because he decides to attack just around the same time he gets hit, he just gets to attack anyways. Don't worry, Aga, you also die to this boss sometimes. I mean, if you're not using magic offense, this guy is tricky. If you're using magic, he's trivial as long as you bother to have the sprite with at least 10 MP, or preferably actually with just level 1 attack. That was a nice crit. No, stop it! Okay, he went away. Wow. Meanie. I'm going to use a barrel here. I should have used an eye candy instead. Nice crit. Uh-oh. Yeah, I got this one. I should have used the Royal Jam because that has a much slower animation. And I already knew he was flying away. Ah, no! Again, it's not guaranteed, unfortunately, that I can deny the damage. I can just do that most of the time, but it's not reliable. 436. Alrighty, so we are on a good path to deal with this guy. Let's see, the next problem boss would be, I guess, Jabberwocky to an extent, but that's mostly luck based anyways. Whether he uses his acid rain or not. By the way, you can see how unreliable it is to deny the damage with the Sprite. Which kind of makes my last victory with the Sprite solo character challenge a little bit more crazy, because I ended up having to do that like 15 times in order to fight, defeat the Mana Beast in the end. Oh wait! Don't stay a meanie. Big meanie. 146. In this case I would have survived with 2 more levels. Wall will be difficult with its healing and evasion. I have a plan for Wall. I did not expect the Fire Gigas to be this much of a monstrosity. But it's really the big difference between the boy and the Sprite in terms of how reliable it is to deny damage on one hand, but also the lady, even though she never has offensive magic, her defensive magic helps her a lot. To just get past those enemies here. Since she can just precast the remedy, and even it doesn't matter what he does, even if he uses fire breath, she will not take damage, and pretty reliable on top of that. For wall, I will have to just run his right eye out of MP, and we will be fine. Which is probably easier than what you might expect. Probably, I say. It would definitely also help if I had more levels for that guy as well. I'm going to try with this one, because it's not even guaranteed that I get engulfed in flames anyways. You don't love it. Hey MDI, welcome. I hope you're doing well. Challenge, indeed, it is. Oh my goodness, go away. Okay, he did go away. Ah, this is just a bit too much. Alright, we are going to level up 2 more levels. 587. 487? I see, so... just barely halfway. We're going to level up a bit more here. Kind of the problem with the Sprite. Using the wrong attack animation. Which is why the boomerang is just more convenient to level on those guys. Is there a better place to level? Not really. I'm just going to go ahead and do this. Alright, this will take a while, but at least we have a chance to survive certain spells. Plus it will help quite a bit on the wall face. So that is always a good thing. So let's see. How long does it take us from killing 3 goblins here to the next set of 3 goblins? So that's 9:27. Alright. to... Stock. 56. So 27 to 56 is, let's say, about 30 seconds. That's a good kill. So we get 2 Mogoblins and a Little Goblin. How much experience did I say was that? Let's double check real quick. We get about 2 per minute. 1383. Oh, 61. So we get 122 experience, times 2 every minute. So this is going to be like another 15 minutes or so until we reach level 16, I would guess. When you first play Secret Man, you actually liked Sprite one of the most. I'll believe it. I never liked playing the boy. He was just... I don't like main characters. And that's just me as a player in general. I prefer playing the characters that are not necessarily the main characters, that are not the choice and hero and stuff like that. So I preferred playing with the lady or the sprite. Initially I preferred playing the sprite, until eventually I got to like playing the lady instead, because I just prefer buffs and healing magic by, well, generally speaking. Would be funny if you're playing with randomizer, it can be easier or harder. Yes, actually would probably be easier on average compared to what we are facing right now, because you are expected to use offensive magic against this guy, or at the very least a character that deals decent damage with individual attacks, which the sprite does not quite fulfill that idea, that requirement. So currently we will gain 1 point of strength at level 15, so we will deal a little bit more damage, which may or may not make a difference. Then we gain 1 point of constitution at level 16, plus technically enough HP to survive a low damage roll of the Fargus spell. But only low damage rolls, which are like 20% of the time. There are 2 ways. Oh yeah, I see what you mean. Yeah, there's a Heart Seeker of Mana hack. It's interesting. After my recent glitchless run through the game, I actually appreciate it a lot more than I initially did when I just ran through it with using glitches, because it just kind of felt rather boring overall. But it's actually a bit more than just stat increases. Certain bosses have significantly more magic defense, so you kind of are forced to use more physical attacks. Plus, glitchless overall just makes it more interesting in that scenario. I would prefer a different kind of difficulty scaling, but it was interesting for me personally nonetheless. Oh, I accidentally unsplit earlier because I was using numpad. And that's the same thing I use for the calculator. No! Ah, accidentally went back. Are you guys just stuck up there now again? Come on. No, don't go this side. Ah, those goblins. I think a level 1 charge attack is probably better because it doesn't move the sprite around, so I don't have to back off afterwards. Otherwise their boomerangs reach me, which would be less than ideal. Should be a level up soon. Would be the 2 chest knights at the door be too difficult? Yes actually. So here's the thing. Chest knights like to cast speed up, and that increases their evasion, even though I thought evasion doesn't work. It apparently does for those guys anyways. And you will have trouble hitting them with physical attacks, like a lot of trouble. Plus I think they have a bunch of defense, which it's enough defense to make a bit of a difference. On top of that, you get 3 goblins here reliably, well, reasonably reliably, without any danger attached to it. On top of that, it's always 3 at the same time, whereas the chest knights would be individual ones. Well, I guess it's 2 chest knights at the door to the fire gigas. But because it's anything but reliable to actually physically hit them, it's probably not worthwhile. I have to admit I've never tried. But I appreciate you actively thinking along, by the way. That's always nice. I guess goblins also have some amount of defense. Level 15, yep. Normally in the glitchless run you hit level 15 after Mech Rider or something like that. Actually I think it's even later. It's like after the Ice Gigas. So level wise we are well ahead of the curve, but we also kinda need to be. Hey Dash Zombie, welcome. I'm doing quite fine. A little bit hungry, so I will probably take a short break to just prepare a sandwich real quick. Very soon, and then we'll continue. One of the downsides of the boomerang is, if you see, I only get my stamina bar recharged, or it starts recharging after I catch the boomerang again. Why you go to the left side? So essentially this makes the boomerang kind of a slow weapon on top of it already being not the fastest to attack with. But it's the only ranged weapon that you can use from this kind of range to hit those guys. Now I'm thinking of the whip. I think the whip does not have enough reach, does it? Not technically a ranged weapon, the whip. Yeah. So here's the thing, I could move up probably just a little closer and hit them, but chances are I will frequently move too close and get hit by them. On top of that, the whip actually does less damage because it's only level 1, whereas the boomerang is level 2. thank you for the good luck, I can never lose that. Nice, all three of them kill at the same time. You could wait for them to potentially drop you a chest, but most of the time the chest will contain a little bit of gold. Best case scenario is you get a rare drop from the pink goblins, which would be a fairy walnut. Which rare drops are actually really rare. Although I will be farming for certain ones in the late game to try and prepare for the final stretch. But we are kind of far away from that still. Once we manage to get past the Fargigas, we should be able to get through the next section without too much trouble. Now I'm tempted to open out this chest anyways. 50% of the time we will get a trap, because I'm pretty sure the Sprite's agility is not high enough to avoid the traps. Another trap. I don't think I've gotten a single item out of those chests that I've opened so far. Well, except for the ones that are never trapped anyways, which those don't count. Curious that sometimes they hit me anyways like that. Alright. That's about 5 more minutes until we reach level 16. Am I going to farm the fairy cloaks and the likes in the fortress? Yes. So the final equipment for the Sprite is actually going to be rather easy to obtain, because those are the common drops rather than the rare drops. The only danger is that the traps might just instantly kill me. Which, if I get a trap chest, which is a 1 in 16 chance... if I get a trap chest, 1 in 16 times it will instantly kill me in the Mana Fortress. I will have to be, well, just a little lucky. I will likely also attempt to get the level 9 spear, just to deal with the vampire, with Buffy. It's a fairy ring, it's a fairy cloak, and it's a fairy crown. Those come from the wolf, or Wolf Lord, I guess. The Terminator and the Master Ninjas, respectively. There's not Terminator in the first 2 sections. So you only encounter them in the last section. Master Ninja there is... is there one? I think there is a Master Ninja in the second section. Is there? Master Ninjas might also only be in the 3rd section. And then... Wolf Lords are in the 1st section already, but it's like 1 in a very awkward spot that doesn't usually spawn. Hi Nathan, thank you! Thank you so much for subscribing, welcome back to you. Well, glad you enjoy your stay, thank you so much. How are you doing? So the equipment for the Sprite, or the highest defense equipment, also gives you various status effect immunities, which is somewhat useful in this scenario. Normally you would not want to have, I think, the fairy cloak, which gives you immunity to getting pygmied. Because otherwise you would be able to not cast as many spells as quickly if you're pygmied. Wow. You're mean, Sinathan. Don't salt the frogs. Frogs are friends, not food. Kinda rude. Either way, I hope you're doing well anyways. Alrighty, we are level 16, and we get another chest, maybe. Maybe another trap for taking away? Or 2 chests. Candy won't fit. That's kind of the standard. And a bomb. Huh. I avoided the bomb damage. That was interesting. I've never seen... I did not know you could do that. I'm pretty sure that would be considered a glitch. So once again, glitchless category gives us a good insight on new glitches that we didn't know about. Probably. Well, I guess in a sense it could be considered like you're changing area before the damage hits you from using a secondary character. I guess it's debatable, but still. In a sense, it's not much different than avoiding a spell by going into a different area. Alrighty, so wish me luck. Now we have slightly higher chances of surviving stuff, but... well, we still have to kill this guy. So, I try to charge up to level 1 to get 50% more damage on my initial attack. And it decides to stay, which means we are going to use a barrel. Okay, fire breath. And it stays again. Awkward. Oh my goodness, go away! This guy really wanted to stay around. I feel like I lost a lot of damage just because he stayed, but at the same time I have to expect this during the fight at some point anyways. Not like I can fully avoid that. Using a Royal Jam here just because it has a longer healing animation. At least with the candy, during regular times when he just stays, it has a higher chance for me to recover in time for more. Like if he stayed right there, I would have an opportunity to charge up to level 1, I think. With a Royal Jam I wouldn't, even though it's more expensive. Unfortunately, that was a low damage roll on mine. And he had a high damage roll. I'm just gonna go and save with the whip in hand, just to make the resets that much easier. Beyond the 84, thank you, Fuzzy Pawns. Yeah, again, Denying the damage with a solo character is not reliable with the Sprite. It is very or fairly reliable with the lady, with the boy, but with the Sprite and the lady, you have like, I don't know, let's say a 10% chance to fail, just purely because of how that works. Welcome to you, Chip Chip Chip. Hope you're doing well. Yeah, that's not quite a normal run, let's put it that way. So, attempt number 2 at level 16. I really don't want to grind up to 21, that would take like an hour. I think within an hour we will have enough attempts in to kill him, probably. $63. I think lava wave is our best chance to survive. $125. Oh my goodness. Might be a higher chance to fail this one, I guess. Maybe I just need to mash better. Alright, I'm going to give it one more try and then I will take a short break, make myself some toasts and be back in like 5 minutes. That's the current plan. Hey PK Scratch, welcome. Chill stream in full effect, pretty much. Hope you're doing well. 47 plus 5, it's 52. Ah, I didn't hit him. Good afternoon, not so sneaky ninja, welcome to you as well. Fire breath. I see, yeah, that's always difficult to come back to PK Scratch. Good luck. Chill stream of fire, I guess. Up. Fire breath. Uh-oh. Alright, I'm okay with him doing this kind of thing. I think we haven't heard that part of the sound or melody in quite a while. We actually managed to get a full loop. How far are we with the damage as of me talking? Thank you. So more than halfway. How much harder does no magic make this? Well, let's put it this way. A lot. Like a lot. Especially with the Sprite who has very low offensive capabilities. At least Fire Breath is pretty reliable for me to deny the damage from. Even if it's not as efficient. I like Fire Breath. $666. Nice. Ah! Rep. I wanted to do a quick break. Let's give it one more shot. 773. It's so tricky. With magic it wouldn't be much of a challenge. It would be on the Mana Beast. If you've ever tried to take on the Mana Beast with a solo Sprite, you need a fair bit of preparation, even if you use glitches actually. Well, maybe not as much if you use glitches, because then you can have an early mana sword. But still, rather tricky. Almost 800. Yep, less than 100 HP left. He needed to just disappear one more time and me not failing on the deny. Mm-hmm. 10 MP with level 1 freeze and he dies in one cycle. Yep. Pretty much reliably. You can go in even earlier than that, but not as reliable. I almost equipped a different weapon. I don't think that really works for the purpose of not getting damaged. So we are at about 50. 63. About 110. 170. Oh, I'm late. I'm late to the party. Oh, I survived an attack. Nice. So eat the chocolate next to heal back to full. Oh, that was almost too early. Never mind, we use a barrel because he stays. Ah. Didn't manage to deny that much. Okay. I'm going to take a quick break, guys. Going to get a toast and then we continue. Be right back. Actually, while I'm waiting for the toast to be done, I might as well try again. Because the toast takes like 3 minutes until it is. Look, did it just crash? Hello? Oh? Hello? I think my game just crashed. Secret of Mana does that, by the way. Even on console. That's weird. That's news to me. You don't know if it ever crashed for you. Only when you were messing with Game Genie codes. Yeah, no, I've had Secret of Mana crash just kind of on the title screen when I was just starting up my console, waiting for the stream to get ready, and the game screen just kind of went bzzz. It's really strange what this game sometimes does. I have no idea how to fix that. Sometimes it just decides to crash on the title screen. In this case, it actually crashed after I hit the button. It felt like I hit the button just at the wrong time. That was interesting. So, about 50. $160 or so. I wonder whether it would be more reliable if I were to just try to hit the button at the appropriate time. Toast! Toast is ready. No! Oh. I guess toast is ready anyways. Alrighty. Be right back now for real. Yes, I'm muted. I know, sorry. I decided to just start while eating the last bite of the toast sandwich. I'm back here. You thought I was playing in his sleep. The game started playing itself. Magic. Uh-oh. Every time I have to mash quite a bit in order to try and not get hit. Rerun sleep percent? These days, it's not good. Stop staying, dude, please. Ah, I got hit anyways. That's unfortunate. $138. Yeah, that's not quite enough. I'm probably going to just continue playing while muting myself in a second again to eat a little orange. I don't think it's actually called an orange, but it's pretty tasty. And it's a fruit. I like fruits once in a while. I'm going to try and peel that thing while hopefully not getting caught by goblins and stuff. Then we'll see. We've basically almost got him once. I just need to mash better. Because, again, the only way I know how to do this is just essentially mashing the button. Maybe timing would be better than mashing, but I don't know the timings for various spells for that matter. Fruits are so expensive in Japan? Yes. Actually, oranges are fine-ish. But apples? You pay $1 per apple. Where I come from, you can have 20 apples for that. Well, maybe not 20, more like 10, but the idea still counts. Oh my goodness, the low damage rolls. And the death damage rolls. I need to focus more on mashing. Actually, I wonder whether this is something that is just easier to do on console, because my thing might actually drop some inputs here and there, because they are too brief for the controller to pick them up. Fireball percent run? Yeah. Something like that. Again, Fireball does actually more damage than Lava Wave. Oh, I forgot to switch to a spear again. Derp. Okay. Mash properly. Is this stalling with the boy sprite harder? Significantly harder with the sprite if you don't use magic. If you use magic, the sprite has the easiest time to kill this thing. Because the boy just deals, I don't know, about 50% more damage than the sprite, just by virtue of having more strength, and my low damage rolls really do not help in this matter. Oh wait, just the candy first. Stop staying, please. This is awkward. I could have waited actually in the barrel, because the barrel would have denied the damage from the fire breath just by itself as well. Oh my goodness. You're going to take away all my resources. At least that was a crit right there. Nice crit there for once. Stop staying, please. Go away. I don't want you here. This is going to get... Even if I manage to get the menu every time, this is going to get rather tough now. Because I just don't have enough resources, I don't think. How much damage do we have? 509. Yeah, we have less than half the resources. So I have to gamble on a fire breath not killing me. If I get a fire breath, that is. Oh, this actually kind of works. Essentially I get 31 damage in for free. I'm going to gamble on this one anyways. Oh, nice. Ended up working. Downside is now that even if I get a low damage roll on a spell, I would not be able to survive it. 650. How many do we have? 3 and 2. Which, if it just disappears every time, it's fine. It'll be at about 810, 710. 3 more charge attacks. Okay, looking fine-ish. Alright, get this one. We might have a shot here. Okay. What a monster. This was tougher than I expected it to be. I knew this was going to be rough, but I didn't expect it to be this rough. I didn't even eat my orange yet. Oh, thank you guys. 846 before the last hit. Oh, if I knew how close it was, I would have probably gone for an earlier hit there. Alright, we need barrels again, we need everything again from Nico. Integria, thank you for the 100 bits, I appreciate that. Easy game from here, right? Maybe a little easier, who knows? Magus, thank you! Thank you so much for 32 Robs in a row support. Welcome back to you. And well, I'm glad you enjoy your stay. Thank you so much. How are you doing? But yeah, I think Fire Gig is one of the bigger hurdles. However, depending on our defenses against Wallface, this might not be much easier. The Sprite has less defense than the boy. Just by... well, purely because the boy has a higher... I'll save before anything happens. Purely because the boy has a higher... what's the word? Higher base defense thanks to his equipment. The lady actually has the exact same amount of defense compared to the boy. Also, I never pay attention. Which weapon does level up? Like, we want the X. We don't care about the claw, I'm sorry. Wallface goes with 920 HP. Yeah, the thing is, As long as we survive the onslaught of spells from the eye on the right side, we will win. But that could be a bit difficult with lower defenses on the Sprite and also lower HP, I guess. Although, considering that I'm higher level than usual now, I guess the only thing is that I have lower defenses. I actually don't want you guys to die yet. So, well, rip. I guess I'm going to walk then. So we need to go back to Nico and buy all the supplies again. We have, thanks to the excessive grinding, more than enough money to buy everything anyways. I might even buy fairy walnuts, just because why not? Because there's not equipment I can buy until I finally get into the upper lands. Still trying to eat the orange around here. I'm okay with this. That way they don't accidentally kill something. So I will be using the axe. Actually, it doesn't matter whether I use the axe or the spear on the upcoming boss, because they have the exact same base damage. The only difference is what type of swing I get when I attack with it. Looks like it's been 14 months. Hey Phase and Alex, welcome back. Thank you so much for 14 rounds in a row support. Oh, I'm glad you enjoy your stay. Thank you so much. That's really kind of you. And I hope you're doing well. Welcome to you. So, we need all the items again. One of my main worries is actually that I need to be able to kill the eye on the left side quickly. So I could buy 4 fairy walnuts. What they would do for me is I would potentially be able to deny 4 spells with it. That's a pretty steep investment for denying just 4 spells. That's it. But it may end up being worthwhile, who knows. I like how the flower explodes just kind of... Oh yeah, I guess I took enough damage. About 3 seconds later. For some reason, the lady and the sprite, they have the tendency to hit enemies twice in one swing. And I really don't actually know what or how that works. So we save here. And we move on. So up, basically starting right after Spiky Tiger, the sprite would, with magic, have it so much easier than any the other 2 characters until the final boss fight with the Mana Beast. Like, the sprite just breezes through everything. You're literally twice as fast as the lady or the boy until that final Mana Fortress, where you arrive at like 5-6 hours. And that's where the sprite has to start grinding like crazy, just to be able to damage the Mana Beast, since there's no magic reasonably viable, and you have to use physical attacks against it. The sprite being so weak in it, you pretty much have to rely on critical hits in order to deal any substantial amount of damage. The boomerang thankfully has a slightly increased chance to critically hit, so that's going to be what I choose, plus the boomerang actually attacks twice. We will be going for a level 8 boomerang charge attack, because I'm pretty sure that one attacks twice too. Not, that would be actually rather awkward, because level 6 would be the only other one that attacks twice in that case. I know that level 7 charge attack with the boomerang does not hit twice. Let me actually prepare my orange real quick. To take this stuff apart so I can actually eat it with one hand. There we go. Dialogue! Our ghostly friend would like to meet her partner. Or save her. Something like that. Alrighty. I guess I can start with the spear because I can't charge up the axe yet. Now I want to hit the eye on the left. Flash beam should be fine. As long as I'm right up against the wall, it shouldn't hit me. That is 56 damage. Alrighty. You can count if you'd like to. Freeze costs 2 MP. Energy Absorb also costs 2 MP. This guy can cast 49 spells. Ooh, this is probably actually just the correct level to be at, actually, thinking about it. Flash beam is... oh, not fine anymore. Uh-oh. Alright, I got it. I probably would survive that spell. That's like the third spell right there. Letting Glare is bad. Didn't even get slowed. I want him to use Flash Beam or heal instead. Should be fine here still. So this is essentially a war of attrition. Okay, I got the left eye down once. Why did I attack? This is real spooky. This is a war of attrition. Okay, got it. And I have to survive for long enough to run the eye on the right out of MP pretty much. So the eye on the left gets revived 9 times total. The eye in the center has, well, reviving costs 10 MP and it has 99 MP total in the middle. I can take one more hit. But it's probably better if I try to deny the damage with a candy. The hitboxes on this boss are mind-boggling. Actually, that's kind of what people think is the case, but in reality it's not the hitboxes of this boss. It is actually that this boss has evasion. So this is not that you don't hit with your attack. The problem is that you don't realize that this guy literally dodges your attacks. Because there's absolutely no indicator for that happening. Which is kind of the biggest problem about it. So at this point in the game, you have approximately a 38% chance to miss. And this is the first boss that actually has any form of evasion. So again, it's in reality it's not that the boss is evading your attacks. And it's not that you don't hit the boss because of bad hitboxes. The reality is that... got it. You just don't hit because you miss. This is pretty much one of the biggest flaws of the original, I dare to say, that there is absolutely no indicator for you that you're missing. I probably should deny some attacks by using barrels. Try to anyways. I only have 4 barrels to deny attack. I guess it doesn't make a difference whether I would use barrels or fairy walnuts. Let's see. Let's actually calculate this real quick. So I survive 2 attacks per candy. That is a total of 8 attacks. I survive 3 attacks if I'm playing it risky. Actually 4 if I play it risky with chocolate. Let's go with 3. 3 times 4 it would be only 12. This would be another 12. 24 plus. This is not enough. This is not enough. Just Johnny, thank you. Thank you very much for 16 months in a row support. Welcome back. Well, I'm glad you enjoy your stay. Thank you so much. Ah. So, if I go for 4 for both... 4 times 4 is 32. Plus 4 from the barrels is 36. Plus 8 is 44. This is where I want to use a barrel to kill the guy on the left as quick as I can. Oh, come on, please. Hit the thing already. I have to deny damage. I don't have enough resources. We need to survive 49 spells. Currently I'm at 44. I think I need the fairy walnuts, guys. I think I need the fairy walnuts in order to survive this. And then on top of that, I even have to gamble that I get the menu opening in time. Unless he lands enough low damage rolls in a row for me to gain 1 leeway. You think I'm in trouble? Yeah, especially since I didn't calculate this beforehand. Also the eye on the left side would just add a little bit of damage on top of it, which really doesn't help. This is not going to be enough, is it? Wow, the Sprite's vitality is just too low. This guy does 43 damage per attack. In order for me to survive 1 more attack, I would have to gain like 30 HP. I have to use the barrel here. And then try again. Okay, kill the left eye. That's the important part. If I were to just deny the damage, it would not be sufficient. I wonder whether it's easier to do the opening of the menu in time on this boss here than it is on Fire Gigas. I guess it might be less laggy, so that could be why it's easier. Yeah, I'm just trying to see whether I get the timing rather than mashing right now. I hope it runs out of MP soon. As I said, he has 49 spells. We get 4 per chocolate and royal gem. And we get... So that is a total of 4 times 4, 16, 32. We need 2 low rolls, basically. So technically speaking, the next one attack could be a low roll, but I don't know that beforehand. That would have killed me. 34 out of 34. Good evening to you, Igora. How are you doing? You actually have just enough HP to reliably survive 3 spells. And then the 4th one I have to deny. You need more levels? The problem is if I have to get more levels now, this is not a good place to grind. The last Royal Jam, I'm pretty sure this is not enough. Pizza is a nutrient. Is it? Did you just... Oh, it's out of magic! Ah! I did not expect this to be enough, to be completely honest with you guys. Oh my goodness. So, I actually didn't even explain this for anybody who has not seen this kind of strategy before. Essentially, the eye on the left uses abilities that do not cost MP with its I forget what it is called, but it's essentially a ranged physical attack that doesn't use MP. So that's kind of a bit of a problem trying to take it out with the eye on the left still alive, because also the eye on the left heals the middle section for a lot. And the Sprite just straight up does not have enough damage. The Sprite does not have enough damage to punch through that healing and also kill the eye on the left at the same time. So I kill the eye on the left because it both heals the center that I cannot punch through that. So the eye on the left I need to kill a total of 10 times. 9 times it will get revived by the center, who then is out of MP to revive the eye on the left. And then the eye on the left will neither use his abilities anymore nor heal. And the eye on the right only uses freeze or energy absorb, 2 spells, and doesn't have anything else. So basically we've won by now. It will just take a while to take out the rest. Teach that wall who's a boss. It's a wall boss, alright. It's actually more like 40% of the attacks it's dodging. Like this one here, just a dodge. Again, kind of the biggest flaw of the original, I dare to say, is that it doesn't have an indicator for whether you miss, or whether the enemy is dodging, or whether you don't deal enough damage to punch through the enemy's defense. All of those look the same. Yaga has entered the server, Wall has left the server. Wow. I'm not sure that's how it works, this Johnny. You have no idea how much MP each spell takes, exactly as much as it costs for you to cast it as a player. So Freeze costs 2 MP, which actually makes it the most efficient strong spell in the entire game, because it has the highest attack value out of the Frost School and the lowest MP value out of among all the offensive spells. With the exception for the Dark spell that costs 2 MP as well. Those are technically equivalent, but because the Dark spell has less bad matchups, because more enemies resist darkness, you are better off just using Freeze on most bosses where you don't know whether they have any weakness or so. As long as they don't resist Freeze, you are usually dealing really good damage. Obviously it's always better to use their weakness if you have them. It's kind of amazing that the boss can run out of mana. Yeah, it's pretty awesome actually. It's the only way as a kid I managed to defeat the watermelon boss, or Agrogopilon. Because I just outlasted him, and burst costs 4 MP, so life doesn't have that much. Yes, I actually really enjoy that when bosses can just straight up run out of resources too. Kind of nice. Although in this case, for the game, I dare to say it's more of a coincidence rather than an intent. That it just happened to be this way. Poke poke. Alright, we got him. First try. I really didn't think my resources would be sufficient there, but thankfully I realized in time that my only strategy is to just deny the damage. That would be enough. Also, by the way, the right eye has 99 MP. Each spell costs 2 MP. So it's actually only 49 spells cost total. So you can deny... I guess we also come into the fight with 152 HP on top of it. So that helps. That's actually pretty much the damage I didn't or the HP I didn't calculate in, is the amount of HP I come into the battle with. Most games will also give the bosses an unfair amount of MP. Yeah, I mean, as I said, it's more of a coincidence that these bosses here also run out of MP, because these bosses also have, just kind of, for the most part, the max amount of MP. There is not many bosses in this game that don't have outright the maximum amount of MP that they could have, like 99. There is a few, but most of them have just 99. The few, by the way, are among others the Biting Lizard, who has only 6 MP, which means he can only heal himself 3 times. The same goes for the Dragon Lizard, later in the Grand Palace. And then also, interestingly enough, I think Great Viper has only 8 MP, so he can cast Gem Missile 4 times. He quit stealing my lights, yeah. Sorry to pass shot. So, we have the spear now at level 3, which is a pretty powerful weapon, to say the least. I'm really glad we managed to get past the wall in the first try, because it's always spooky when I have to deny the damage on the verge of death, essentially. That counts for both when the boss one-shots me, but also if I have to basically do what I just did on the wall. Some days it feels like the lizard has 99 MP. That was a thing in randomizer for a while, but not anymore. Moppleton adjusted that because a guy could just heal himself forever if you don't have enough damage otherwise. Yes, by the way, in the remake you cannot magic rope out of the palace over there. Because there's a soft lock you can do, if you feel like it. On the palace, if you go into the left door... Wait a second, I need to check something real quick. If you go into the left door on the palace, basically that's a tile where it's exit and return tile, which means the tile doesn't actually know where you're supposed to go, so it just brings you to the last room where you entered from in order to go back. However, what that actually means is that if you use the magic rope in that little room and just teleport to where you literally are right there and then try to walk outside, you will actually get teleported back into the middle of it. Let's see real quick. So there's new equipment here you can get. Cobra Bracelet is actually the one thing that is new. So this has, I think, 2 more defense, or 1 more defense compared to the Power Wrist. But Power Wrist gives us +5 strength. Which Again, that's like 15 levels of attack power for the Sprite. We are not going to get rid of that anytime soon. I just saw something spooky. I heard a thing and the bar went up all the way. Hang on, I need to check that. Oh my goodness. Oh god. Pork shorts, thank you! Wow. Thank you so much, Pork Shorts, for the crazy donation of $64.93. We just managed to get all the way with this. That's crazy. Thank you so much, Pork Shorts. That's really kind of you. And you say good luck on the rest of the run. Off for work to you. Aw. Thank you so much, Pork Shorts. I wish you a pleasant day at your work. As pleasant as it can get anyways. And take care. That's really nice of you. Yeah, we reached the monthly goal. That's really awesome. Time to call it a night? No. That would be mean. Because again, my attempt is to just try and give back as well as I can. And for, well, I guess asking more than I usually do in a sense. I also want to give back more, even if it's not really much of an equivalent. What are the next big rocks on the way? Alright, let's see. The next big rock is going to be Jabberwocky. Because he is a bit awkward to deal with. We don't need quite as much luck as we do with the Fire Gigas, in theory. We don't need quite as much luck as we do with the Fire Gigas, in theory. That's a big in theory, however. Because Jabberwocky, he also has spells. Well, he has actually one spell that he casts on your entire party, and kind of like the Fire Gigas, because that's one spell that is supposed to go in the entire party, is focused on a single character. It will just one-shot you. And especially in this case, the Sprite takes like 450 damage. So, unlike the Fire Gigas, there's pretty much no way we can outlevel even a low damage roll of that spell. Well, I guess we technically could, but that would be silly. The unfortunate thing about the Jabberwocky spell is mainly that there's no tell, so I will just keep attacking him, and if I happen to be in the middle of an attack swing, I will just straight up die if that happens. However, Jabberwocky does not very frequently use his attack spell. He actually has pretty large delay in between. Or basically his chance to cast the Acid Rain is really small. You can cast Poison Gas, even though that does hit your entire party. It's an ability, and it splits damage differently, so we survive Poison Gas, even though it's going to be awkward. One of the bigger problems is also going to be that Jabberwocky's physical attacks... Alright, let's put it this way. Jabberwocky's hitbox is actually really bad. Like, you think on the wall face the hitbox is bad, which is in reality just the evasion. Jabberwocky also has evasion, but on top of that, his hitboxes are really borked up. Lunar Boost, by the way, is nice because, you know, this guy also has evasion, normally. However, him using Lunar Boost completely removes that evasion. Well, I will always hit him. So if you could always use Lunar Boost, I would be pretty happy. So yeah, Jabberwocky is going to be quite a piece of work. This guy here, he does not have any spells, so as long as I stay away from him and don't miss too often, we should be able to take him out rather easily. Sometimes he hits you like that anyways. Worth noting that the Sprite's hitbox is slightly less tall, but wider than the Sprites and the boys. So it's a little bit different to blame. the classic problem of trying to hit enemies that are below you in a top-down RPG like this one. It's a lot more difficult to hit enemies that are below you just because of how hitboxes or attack swings work, I guess, more specifically. So this guy is easy. We also got our speed upgraded, so thanks to that we also get a bit of a damage boost. Speaking of damage boost, our next damage boost would be at level 18. We are still level 16. So I would need to grind like 1 1/3 level or so in order to get to that. I wonder whether I should use... I have a theory on how I could potentially take out the Jabberwocky, but I don't actually know whether that works or not. So I'm going to see whether the Javelin might actually do work against him. Let's see, what's my strongest ranged weapon? 27, 25, this is worse, and 25, okay. So the bow is actually my strongest, on a base damage way anyways, weapon. Let's see whether I manage to get my allies to this stuff unscathed this time. Hi Elite! Welcome back for 9 rounds in a row. I really appreciate that. Well, I'm glad you enjoy your stay. Thank you so much. I'm doing quite fine. How are you doing? Oh my goodness, so many people feed the frogs to the rabbit. Please, frogs are friends, not food. So, again, Jabberwocky is going to be a decently sized roadblock. But it's more going to be a luck rather than anything else, really. Wait, by the way, did you know that Jabberwocky can heal himself? Jabberwocky can heal himself for 450 HP. He almost never does that, but he can. So, basically, we hope that he never uses Acid Rain and he never uses that other ability. The order of operation, what I need to do is I need to get my allies killed. Then I'm going to grind 1 more level with the Sprite, which may or may not make a difference. Don't attack Spritey. Stop attacking Sprite, please. And then I'm going to go back to save. Sometimes their projectile attack just doesn't come out. By the way, that spin attack, it never deals any damage. Like, literally, it doesn't have a hurt box. So, the power of level 3 spear is to balloon enemies, which is basically just a stun, but actually better than a regular stun, because enemies also can't do anything during that stun while you can still whack them. So, level 3 spear is insane, like ridiculously good. On top of it being literally your strongest base damage weapon, it also just crowd controls enemies on top of it too. It's just way too good. Should be leveling up soon in theory. Because I killed 2 bosses. Oh, maybe not that soon, I guess. I'm not going to go down there, that guy is just shooting at me. There we go, now we can go down. I think their common drop is a chocolate. I can just buy chocolate, I'm not that worried about it. I'm more worried about his trap killing me instead. Balloons are very good. Yeah, pretty much. Balloons are crazy good in this game. Pretty much the only time I like balloons in this are when I use them myself in this game. Other than that, I really don't like balloons in general. Alrighty, leveled up. That level up, does it give me a constitution buff? Let's see, we are level 15 now, I think. No, we are level 17. One more level for a strength bonus, one more level for an agility bonus, and yes, we did get one constitution. Constitution, once again, defines your defense, so it can be quite good. And yes, feel free to make up friendlier sounding terms. That's okay. I guess that can even be fun for that matter. So, going to heal the Sprite because I don't want to take a nap here. And just buy more items. I will unlikely be needing too many items for Jabberwocky to actually defeat him. I just need luck for the most part. But I'm still going to buy at least a chocolate, I guess royal jam as well, because there's nowhere else I can get the honey from anyways. And same with the barrels, I guess. Barrels are only to be used in extreme situations where I have basically no other choice. Which, well, was definitely Wallface and also Fire Gigas. And it could be at random other places too. Perfect prices, indeed. Alrighty. Wish me luck, because Jabberwocky is going to be a monster. First of all, I'm going to actually try and use a strategy that I've never used before. So, to explain the strategy real quick. In theory, getting up here onto this platform here is high ground, which means I cannot physically hit with a melee weapon onto high ground or from high ground to low ground. I would need to use ranged weapon. And I hope that the Jabberwocky's heads work the same way. So I just want to get onto those platforms and snipe him from above, so at least from his physical attacks I would be shielded. The downside is that I deal significantly less damage because I will be using the bow rather than the spear. By the way, Jabberwocky's hitbox is really worked up. Here, I hit. This kinda could have hit, trust me. So, poison gas is annoying but not horrible. I will not die from it. Will just deal a bunch of damage. Oh, this is good kill me, however. 254. Again, he does not use acid rain all that frequently, but if he uses it while I can't operate the menu, I'm just straight up dead. There's nothing you can do about that. I thought it was more like 400 damage, but I probably mixed that up with the number for the healing he gets, which is 450. Rip indeed. So the standard strategy is to just hit the Jabberwocky again and again and again until he dies. He has like 950 HP. I have no idea how to count that. 27. Poison gas, pretty annoying. Also his range attack, or his range on his head attacks is just crazy. Alrighty, I managed to catch this one. That's nice because I wanted to heal anyways. Now just hope that it doesn't cast another acid rain. Let's see, acid rain costs 3 MP, so he would have a maximum of... 33 spell costs of Acid Rain. If I use 4 candies, 4 chocolates, 4 royal gems, I'm only at 12. Plus 4 barrels is 16, plus 4 fairy walnuts is 20. So yeah, there's no way for me to outlast his MP pool. Again, he does not cast Acid Rain all that frequently, and if I'm not in the middle of an animation or an attack, I can even try to deny the damage on top of it. So it's not necessarily the end of it if I get hit by it. It's really awkward. I think casting poison gas this frequently really does not help our cause though. Yes, by the way, where I'm slashing, that is where his hitbox is. He does not have a hitbox on the top of his body, it's literally below his feet. The below his feet is the center, more specifically, I guess. He might actually be on high ground right there, on the staircase. Where it might be impossible for me to hit him. Got it. Just hope he doesn't cast Acid Rain immediately again. Or... one of the problems, by the way, is with his head attack he can knock me unconscious. And he can just literally combo me to death with those two. I am going to use a barrel here. Because barrel completely prevents the poison gas. Expensive, but worthwhile. Oh my goodness. Stop. Please. That is half a waypoint, I believe. Oh, and I'm dead. Well, as I said, I just need to get lucky. I believe from when he loses one head first, he can use Pure Waters from then on in as one of his random spells. It's really rare, but it happens. Healing? Let's fix that. Yeah, it's pretty much the reason why I keep attacking, even with low HP normally. Because unless I'm a one-shot by his physical attacks, it's probably worthwhile to just keep attacking instead. I guess I could use a candy to deny the damage from poison gas as well. Pokeballs? He does have certain parts that may or may not look like Pokeballs. True. That's essentially for the SNES era anyways. Actually, just in general, you could say. That's kind of an easy way to make mobile limbs or stuff like that. Just use little ball-shaped. Thing is, this is not the only boss that has this kind of thing. Oh. Get up attack. Hit you again. Got you. I'm getting a better idea on how to dodge his physical head attacks, but I'm not entirely sure how to reliably do this. Please don't kill me. Uh-oh. I need the 2B. Oh. Definitely want to use a candy here. Right, so far so good. Halfway. Got it. I'm going to use a barrel here. Arrow allows me to move quicker and not be susceptible to immediate second acid rain. Same deal. I'm not going to use the money for much else anyways, so might as well invest into more barrels. Stop, please. By the way, whenever you equip a barrel, it immediately just kind of smashes on top of the enemy, counts as an attack. I assume that's intentional, although the attack... Oh, I don't have any more. The attack with a barrel is really weird. Which kind of makes me think it's probably not intentional, maybe? It's really strange. Like, the attack hitbox of a barrel is super messed up. Uh-oh, this might be bad. Oh, this is really bad, now I'm conscious. Uh-oh, he missed. I was lucky. Am I healing here? I think I heal, because he could just kill me with a physical. Come on. 799 you say? 150 damage left. Please hit. That's 5 hits. 6 actually. 1. Come on. Come on. 2. 3. 4. Oh! Oh, less than that. There might have been a crit there at the last one. We got him. Very nice. Okay. That one is down. Phew. And the nice thing is, at this point, I'm going to be able to get the Mitch Mallet. You know, up until now I had to use items in order to deny the damage. Now I will be able to use items in order, or the Mitch Mallet, just to endlessly deny the damage. So that's nice. Whew. Thank you guys. Thank you for the good luck tag, I think that helped. And thank you for the 100 bits, ECG0. Appreciate those. 100 happy rabbits. Greetings to you, and welcome Dinostra and Integria and Aquila and anybody else who may have joined us or and are lurking. Hope you're doing well. I talked to Gemma here, it's optional, you don't have to, but he gives me another whip orb, which the whip will be a weapon that I will be using on the boss after the next one. The next boss will be taken down with a bow, which is why I'm upgrading the bow. Life gets in the way sometimes. That's alright. Hope your life has been quite fine, Dinostra. Anything new? Any new PBs or world records? Not really, actually. At least not on my end. I've been doing more challenge runs recently, and that's actually also something I want to kind of focus on in the future a bit more. Just... I like speedruns, but eventually, I'm not the type of person to grind out speedruns usually. So doing challenge runs where just general game knowledge and obscurities are really useful to have a good grasp of, that's kind of what I would like to look forward to. Indeed. Welcome to you, Philip Bobcat. Where did I leave off with Final Fantasy VI this morning? I arrived just after the little cutscene where you get Celes back in your team soon, just before you meet Realm and Strago. Muggles! Yes, those Muggles are cute. Very different from Final Fantasy Muggles, but still cute. I'm pretty sure you're supposed to land on this bee, by the way. Like, that's not just a coincidence. Or actually, it might have been originally a coincidence that one of the developers ended up landing on the bee, or the bee was just placed there and they landed there and just thought that was funny and left it in. Because that bee is just always there, right there when you spawn. So I need to upgrade the bow. I don't necessarily need to upgrade anything else yet. I can do that once I arrive later. I'm currently contemplating whether I should grind here a little bit. No. I'm actually going to do a bit of a weird route in order to get through the next section more reliably. Well, I guess next section is reasonably far in the future. Hi, good morning, yeah. It is currently 10 AM for me. I've been awake since like 5. Don't kill stuff, please. Guys, also don't get killed, please. This is the one time where I want those guys still alive, just so I can still use the cannon travel, because you can't use cannon travel without with ghosts in Tau. I do have cups of wishes specifically for the purpose of being able to cannon travel. Heiner Muller, thank you. Thank you so much for 24 months in a row of support. That is 2 years and more now. Thank you so much. We are a Black Rump now. Black Rumpet. Welcome back. Well, I'm glad you enjoy your stay. Thank you so much. And yes, you're reading that right. We did hit the goal already, it's pretty crazy. People alone were responsible for more than half of it, actually. Ridiculously generous. Don't. Rip. But then everybody else really quickly just kind of chipped in a bit here, a bit there, and then a large bit here, and a large bit there. Right, no ghosts allowed. Didn't I want to get barrels? I don't have enough money for barrels. Huh, so what I should have done actually is I should have just killed Springbeak and then farmed for a little while on the Silktails and then come back for the Midge Mallet. Actually no, the Midge Mallet I wouldn't want for Springbeak anyways. It's 3 AM. Alrighty. Riku, thank you for dropping by and I wish you good night. Sleep well. Indeed. Until tomorrow, I guess. Good night. Alrighty, here we are back. Back with the Muggles. And now you guys can die. Now I'm okay with this. Bonk. Alrighty, Saul sees the Reaper. Don't feed a Reaper. So, those are pebblers. They can be ballooned, but they are still dangerous because they have the same evasion as bosses, which means 40% of the night swings will just outright miss without the game telling me about it. And that can be really bad. Which is why I'm staying somewhat far-ish away from those guys, because they can actually deal a lot of damage really quickly. They don't combo you like other dangerous enemies, but their attacks are just really fast, and their array of moves... Oopsie, I did not mean to open that. Just decently wide. Moogle! No! I did not mean to open up that chest. Those guys are called pebblers, or well, little Sonics, I guess. Need lions are indeed some of the most vicious creatures because their attacks can petrify you. Which basically, by the way, need lions are the grey pebblers, or the grey hedgehogs. Their attacks can petrify you, and petrification in this game reduces your current HP by half. So it's insanely good. Petrify enemies or allies, for that matter. And greetings to you, Yusuf. Is there a stream tomorrow? It depends on your time zone. This stream is going to go on for another 11 to 12 hours. So maybe. I did not mean to open up this one. I meant this one. I guess I don't really need the axe anyways. So Nico should be able to give me a new headgear item if I really wanted it. But I actually don't really care for getting a new headgear. I'm okay with the one that I just have right now. Because if I get hit by the spells of the upcoming boss, Springbeak, kind of like before, I'm probably dead anyways. Because his attacks normally hit all characters. But in this case would only hit the Sprite. Just taking this guy out real quick, because right now I'm confused, which means my controls are inverted. Oh, now it's back to normal. So how close to him level up am I? 1858. I forget how much experience those things give. Almost 100. 58... 89? I guess I could just look it up instead. That's easier. Uh, 91 experience from those guys. And so here's a really intriguing little trick that you can do. If you want to grind a little, go over here. There's 3 rabbits right here. Assuming you have the level 3 spear, those are a super easy prey because they have no evasion, so you will always hit them, and the chance to apply balloon is really, really high. Righty, indeed. I imagine you might be going to bed then, so I wish you good night then, rest well. Post fight denied, yep. I'm just going to grab a level up real quick. Mainly to heal up, to be honest. Also, do I get another? I think I get another point of strength on the next level, so I deal a little bit more damage. Plus, this is the quickest way of me getting back to the boss fight after I die, because here's the thing. Springbeak has 3 different spells and like 2 abilities. The abilities are just a bit of damage, so nothing too bad to worry about. The spells, on the other hand, he has Confuse, which basically just inverts my controls for all intents and purposes, so nothing too bad. But he also has Thunderbolt and whatever the blast wave thing is. Both of those spells, they will kill the Sprite. Almost certainly, anyways. Oh, I'm definitely going to save before the boss just Johnny, that's the plan. Because what the Spring Beak can also do is he can cast Balloon on me. And if I get ballooned, there's nothing can do for about 15 to 20 seconds-ish. And if he decides I'm dead because he's going to cast a spell, then there's nothing I can do about that. It's actually the same problem with the solo character challenge with the boy, except for the boy he would kill the Spring Beak significantly quicker in this case. Okay, there's a level up. For some reason you were picturing me being crazy and not saving. Yeah. Yeah, usually I tend to save in these kinds of instances, because... How long did it take me? Like 4 minutes to open up the path to Spring Beak and then leveling up just now? I want to do this every time I attempt this guy who can just randomly decide to kill me? Well, that would be silly. Boy would probably take 200 with his charge. Not quite, but close. You would still use the bow for the boy. So, alrighty, let me actually explain this boss here real quick. So this is Spring Beak. He likes to jump around. When he's jumping... Ah, and balloon already. When he's jumping, you cannot hit him with weapons, with melee weapons anymore. Anything that does not have a projectile is considered a melee weapon, which means... Only boomerang? Oh, I'm dead here, probably. Yeah, I couldn't do anything, I was still ballooned. Only boomerang, javelin and bow can reliably hit this guy, no matter where he is. If he is standing on those little pedestals on the left and right, he is also considered still on high ground, which means it's still difficult to hit him. The Mickey Mouse balloon, yep. If you get to the last level of the balloon spell, it's actually a little Moogle balloon. It looks adorable. Still terrifying because it takes so long till I can do anything. Either way, bow can hit him no matter where he is jumping. Also, on top of that, well, potentially rip me again. On top of that, he... Yeah, that's it. Air Blast will kill me. Actually, I probably should have checked how much damage he take. Let's try this again. On top of that, the bow being able to hit him anywhere. Spring Beak actually has a shield. So this is not immediately obvious, and again, the game doesn't really do a good job of explaining that to you, but I can demonstrate it real quick. When I hit his beak with my spear, try to hit him from the front right here. You hear the ding sound? That's when I basically plinked off my weapon on the shield, and that's why I deal 0 damage. So that's the entire reason why melee weapons are really, really bad against this guy. And by the way, for all intents and purposes, the whip also counts as a melee weapon. It's a long-range melee weapon, sure, but it's still technically melee weapon. Also, the boomerang works in a bit of a strange way. So it's not quite the same as a projectile as the bow or the javelin, because the bow and javelin, both of those projectiles, they disappear once they stick into an enemy. Nice crit. Okay, silence is fine. A bit awkward that my controls are inverted, but I'm somewhat used to it. The only awkward portion about silence is that it doesn't tell you when it's over. Ah, I didn't manage to get it. 238 from the Thunderbolt, so you can see that's just one-shots you. It's going to take a while. This guy only has 740 HP, so 654 damage, thank you Fuzzy Bones. We were actually almost there. This guy is not going to be that big of a roadblock. He's a little bit annoying, but nothing too terrible. The next roadblock would actually be the Frost Gigas. But I have a plan on how to make that a little bit more reasonable in the long run. It's going to be a really awkward route and a lot of walking, but I feel like it's going to be worth it. And you can see the bow is just pretty decent in terms of how much damage it deals per hit. Where's the hitbox area for the whip? So the whip actually does not have a melee portion. So right in front of you, you will not hit anything. The whip starts hitting about 2 tiles away from you. As in, it doesn't have a close range portion, it's probably more accurate. Because it's technically a melee weapon. So essentially, you can kind of see that when you engage Terminator or Armored Men or Dark Knights. Those guys essentially use a whip weapon. If you stand right next to them, you don't get hit by them. Because they just literally smash over you. That's unfortunate. And the same goes for your whip the other way around too. Which, by the way, is probably a weird workaround for them to try and prevent you from hitting a rope pole that is sitting right next to you when you cross a gap. So that's actually kind of a weird thing. If you were able to hit a rope pole that is literally right next to you, you would be able to actually use that rope pole to jump any direction you want when standing on a jump tile. Alright, now you just like Mickey Mouse, don't you? Is Boomerang, Javelin and Bow aerial? Javelin, yes, absolutely. Bow, absolutely. But specifically their projectiles. Now the Boomerang is a little bit special because it actually passes through enemies and hits multiple ones. So it doesn't act quite the same as a bow, projectile or a javelin. So it's a bit different in that respect. By the way, I used the Mitch Mallet twice because the first time I would get Pygmit, which means I lose my attack power and defense power entirely. And I have no range on my attack anymore. Because I'm a tiny little gnome. By the way, if you walk into Springbeak's legs, that is an active hurt box, which means it's kind of like a trap from a flower. He will just hit you. Ah. I need to get better at mashing again. But he would be extra adorable. Yeah, I don't think adorableness kills those guys. Hello, Surfer Ninja. Welcome. How are you doing? I don't know why it's so easy on certain bosses and so difficult on other bosses to hit that little window to open up the menu. I just assume it's lag, but I don't really know. It makes the most sense anyways. 3, 4. It's about 20 hits, by the way, until I kill him. 5. Alright, maybe more. More like 23. 6. 7, 8. Because crit counts double. 9. Is the hair the hitbox? Pretty much his entire body is the hitbox, as in His hitbox is very accurate to his body. Oop. His hitbox is very accurate to his body. So that's that. But as I said, if you hit his beak with a melee weapon, you just plink off of it and it deals 0 damage. You can still hit him with melee weapons as long as you don't touch the beak. So that means you need to hit him from the backside or the top from far enough away that your melee hitbox does not go all the way to the beak. Which, by the way, is more difficult than initially appears, because you actually have double the range on melee weapons in combat. Well, actually, double the range is not quite accurate. It's more like double the volume of your hitbox of attack. Mickey Mouse. List him! It's 2 years already indeed. Welcome back for 24 months in a row support. Thank you so much. Well, glad you enjoy your stay. Thank you so much, Listem. That's really nice of you. Mickey Mouse. Hey, you're a black rump now as well. Here. I'm pretty sure Silent has the exact same chance to occur as the other spells. But why don't you use that more often rather than Balloon? Balloon is the only real death sentence of a spell. Except that the Air Blast here seems to be really weird. I think I have less time to open up the menu than otherwise, depending on how the Air Blast blades hit me. Alrighty, Yusef, thank you for dropping by and I wish you good night. Take care and sleep well. Good time to die. Is it? Oh, I'm dead because I was in the middle of an attack swing. Alright, maybe with the Sprite's lower attack power than the boy, it's a bit more of a problem than I anticipated on this guy. But at least I know that I can fight the Great Viper pretty much indefinitely. Macride the number 1 is going to be interesting. I'm actually not entirely sure how I want to handle him yet. But I can worry about that a bit later. Mickey Mouse. Mickey Mouse. He just likes Disney World. That's okay, I guess. Balloon is clipping in the cliffside. Yep. I mean, this guy just likes jumping around. Okay, I got it for once. Ouch. Oh. I wasn't quite prepared for that. You actually can tell when he is casting specifically Thunderbolt because his spell animation looks a bit different than from his other spells. By the way, I'm still subject to like a 40% chance to miss. Pretty much. There's not much I can do about that. What? I expected the third plate to be there sometime. Well, that's the third balloon in this fight. Maybe he just decides to continue jumping around rather than use Thunderbolt or Thunder Wave. Nope. Rip. I got lucky with him not casting anything during Balloon earlier. It's actually not that common that Spring Bee casts spells. Well, it's common-ish, I guess. But it's also not uncommon that it just jumps around for like a minute and doesn't cast any spells. Like, that can happen rather reasonably often. For some reason Thunderbolt is way easier to deny damage with. I don't know why that is. Mickey Mouse. It seems common when you have one character with no magic. Yeah, I guess. The boy just kills this guy reasonably quickly, so it's not that big of a concern. Like, you usually get him on the second or third try. And I figured since the sprite is higher level, it might not be that much of a deal, but I guess it kind of is. A big deal, I mean. I would love to know this guy's AI script. Just so I would know whether there's something I can do to manipulate it. Uh-oh. I got this one. Lubberbarsh, thank you! Thank you so much for subscribing to Twitch Prime. Welcome back to you, actually. And well, I'm glad you enjoy your stay. Thank you so much. I hope you're doing well. I didn't keep count, by the way. We're like halfway through at maximum. I think probably slightly less. Most of the time it just dodges. But well, he just keeps jumping. How are you doing, Lubberbarsh? Welcome. The evasion is too great. Uh-oh. Please hit! Mickey Mouse. Ah, and I'm dead. Rip. That was actually only like 180 something damage. Painful? Actually, it's not too bad to me personally. Mainly because that's kind of what I expect to have happen anyways. That's just to deal with this type of challenge. And again, by the way, just kind of as a heads up, if we don't manage to finish this challenge run within the 16 hours, and it looks like it will just kind of take a while longer to try and get through this, I will continue this tomorrow. Or well, not tomorrow, but the next day. Whatever the next day might be. We'll see. Mickey Mouse. Remember some people play Secret of Mana and you thought that game was harder than this? It always depends on how you approached each one of those games. Secret of Mana has a lot of stuff that you can know about that make it nicer. Secret of Evermore is pretty brutal unless you abuse certain specific mechanics such as shield and or I guess Atlas is also one of them. Although it looks like his chance to use confusion is less than the one to use the other abilities. Maybe I'm just getting unlucky, but I don't think that's the same probability. Nice crit. Why did I get like that? Always spooky when he does that. Although, technically speaking, I guess you could say it's spookier if he uses balloon. Cliffy mouse. Yep. He should be pretty dead, almost, I feel. We've been in this fight for a while. Although that doesn't mean anything if I don't hit anything. Like 4 more hits or so, I would guess. 1. 2. Oh. That was 3. Rip. That's kind of how I usually do it. I don't really count damage myself specifically most of the time. I just kind of have a general idea on when he's about to be dead, probably. Although my thought or general idea might be very off, just purely based on I'm doing a challenge thing that I'm not necessarily used to. The Mickey Mouse balloon of death and despair. Very much. Hey, you can actually shoot through this. Oh, we got like 2 hits in so far. Three, 4, 5. Oh. Actually, I was able to move again. Six. Seven. 8. Come on. 9. 10. Oh wow. 11. 12. Ah, didn't get it. Is it possible to defeat Mana Beast with only Popoi? Yes, absolutely is. And let me tell you, I've beaten the Mana Beast with only the Sprite before. But this one is going to be tougher because I won't be able to use spells on either the Mana Beast, which is actually surprisingly useful, because you can reduce its defense by 20% by using Acid Rain. Or, more importantly, Dark Lich. Although Dark Lich, I will try to get him into a certain AI loop behind that. And yes, what Just Johnny says is the same. Basically, a magic hammer allows you to deny the damage, as I call it. Have I done this specific challenge before? No, this is the first time. I've done a solo character Sprite run where after 6 hours I was in the Mana Fortress. Because it just breezes through all the bosses easy. If you are allowed to use spells. 2, 3, 4. Oh goodness. Six. 7. Not 7. 7. 8. 9. 10. Oh my goodness. How many damage spells did I? We're only at 10. 11 damage, or hits now. 12. Come on, jump around a bit more, please. 13. No. 14. And we're dead. I think when you cactus balloon, he will always use... Or he will never use balloon twice in a row, it looks like. 513. Yeah, that's about as much as I figured. Which means it's only like 230 left. Oh well. Jenya is now hosting you for a bunch of viewers. Hey Jenya, thank you. I appreciate that. And welcome everybody, I hope you're doing well. We're currently running with Seeker of Mana, well, walking I guess, or crawling is probably more appropriate. 1 player, 1 controller, no glitches, solo character Sprite, which means spells that hit all characters normally are focused on 1 character, just a Sprite, he gets 1 shot, I try again. And also, no magic. Well, no offensive magic used in order to defeat any enemies, that is. Yeah. Hope you guys are doing well, and hope you're having a nice day over there. How did your run go, Jenya? I believe you were racing Super Mario World, 96 exits. Thank you for the good luck. And Darkest Phoenix, thank you so much for 4 rumps in a row support. Welcome back to you. Well, I'm glad you enjoy your stay. Thank you so much, Darkest Phoenix, that's really nice of you. And also TC Matthews, thank you. Thank you as well. Very, very much for 7 rumps in a row support. Welcome back to you as well. Oh my goodness. Well, I'm glad you enjoy your stay. Thank you so much. Oh my goodness, Ingenia too. Thank you so much for subscribing with Twitch Prime. Really appreciate that. Welcome back to you, Jenya. Hope life is good for you, and well, I'm glad you enjoy your stay. Thank you so much. It was fun, although a bit frustrating at the end. I believe it. What kind of gave you the most trouble, though, if I may ask? Currently, Mickey Mouse is giving me the most trouble in this game. And welcome to you, A1JG. Welcome back, actually, for almost 2 years in a row. Just one more month and you are a black romp as well. Welcome back. Thank you so much for a long time of support. Well, glad you enjoy your stay as well. Thank you so much. Also, welcome to you, Jeff. I hope you're doing well. I completely lost track of how many times I attacked him. I mean, the trick is probably to just keep attacking him until he dies. Except that denying damage like this from spells is impossible if I'm ballooned. Which is a problem if I get ballooned, because there's nothing to do about that. And also, it's not exactly reliable if even if I'm not ballooned, because I have to mash the menu button to open after the spell animation hits, but before the damage gets applied. Which is really tiny window. And not reliable at all to do that in that time span. Come on, one more hit or so. This is spooky when you're that close, probably. There we go. Alright, that took a while. He was a lot tougher than I gave him credit for initially. Alright. Do I want barrels for anything upcoming? Let me check real quick. Doomsfall? Do I want barrels? No. Vampire? No. Metal Mantis? No. Mycry the 2? No. Okay. I don't think I care about getting barrels about the bosses coming up. It would just be one more item to deny damage with, but I have Mitch Mallet for that now anyway, so pretty much don't need it. We did a thing, indeed. Why not use magic? Well, this is kind of the entirety of the challenge. Solar Cactus Sprite, no magic challenge. How in the world did you defeat Spiky Tiger? Spiky Tiger is actually kind of simple once you know what you're doing. He can be a bit mean. And you may need to get a bit lucky, but he is by far easier than Fire Gigas or Wallface. Yeah, Fire Gigas was a lot of trouble. I ended up leveling up to level... what was it? 14 or 16? I think it was 16. In order to eventually finally beat him. So I will need to level up or upgrade the whip for the Great Viper coming up. And I'm currently contemplating whether I want to grind here for a little while. Probably not. Yeah, no. Actually... first off, for operation, let's take care of the lady and the boy here. Yeah, there we go. So, I think what I want to do is I want to level up the spear to charge up to level 3, if it doesn't do that already. Oh, never mind, it does do that already. Level 3 spear is quite handy. Sacrifice to the rabbit gods. Yep. Romp. Romp all of them. The X-Codes. If it was just solo Sprite, we would probably be in the Pure Lands by now. Well, maybe not quite. We would just arrive at the Pure Lands, I guess. but we would certainly be somewhere around there. So, the reason why I want the whip for the upcoming boss is it just allows me to have a nice and easy way of attacking him from range. You can actually literally not hit him with a bow, boomerang or javelin projectile, because for some reason on the Great Viper he can only get damaged on layer 2, which for some reason, I don't know why the game does that, or they programmed it that way. But in short, what it means is that our characters are unable to hit anything with ranged weapons against Great Viper, and the only other boss that has that kind of weird property is the Vampire. So, we have new armor I'm going to equip. We have 5 more defense here. I'm actually not going to equip the Wolf's Band. The Wolf's Band gives +5 agility, which is not nearly as good as +5 strength. Do I want the javelin? Maybe. Probably not. I'm just going to pick it up anyways. And hey Shadows, welcome! Hope you're doing well. I'm going quite fine. And good evening to you, Guy. Welcome back for 39 rounds in a row. That's a long time already. Welcome back. Well, I'm glad you enjoy your stay. Thank you so much. Rabbit receives a mana seed's blessing. It learns a new magic and all weapons can be increased by a level. From level 3! Oh boy. Could already increase or upgrade the boomerang, I guess. So of course we need to go on save before we go on here. I'm actually not too worried about Great Viper because unlike Ringbeak, at least against him, I should have very little chance of straight up dying. Although there's actually chance. But as long as I manage to deny his gem missile 4 times, we don't have that trouble anymore. And it's just me properly pathing my way around him without getting hit. And dishing out damage in return. Which, in theory, I should be fine with. But I've messed up other things before, so I'm pretty good at messing up stuff. Oh. Silence. I would like to point out that the boy pretty much takes no more damage from the hedgehogs when he gets his new equipment set equipped in this area. Sprite still takes 14 damage. Very impressive in a sense. So, these are the only times where I'm using magic in order to open up passages. Those guys are just mean. I'm going to use a candy here. Because it's kind of my best opportunity to use a candy for a while. Great Viper, I don't have much of an opportunity to use items at all, unless I were to use barrels. But I don't have any barrels. I guess there would have been a use for barrels. Oh well. So, Great Viper, he has about 1,140 HP or something like that. So that's like a lot of hits. But his movement is not just predictable, but very manipulatable. The main thing I need to be worried about is after he starts moving again, he can just cast Gem Missile instead. And I want to deny the damage from Gem Missile, because if I get hit by it, I'm in trouble. Since then he can use Gem Missile, and on top of that just basically roll over me, attack me, pygmy me, reduce my defense by 2/3, and then attack me again, and just essentially combo me to death. Mainly through Gem Missile. Oh, I thought he would turn around earlier. Me getting hit here, by the way, that's mostly my error. And I need to get used to it. Oh, there's the Gem Missile. Got it. Steve Parker, thank you. Thank you so much for 29 rumps in a row. I really appreciate that. Welcome back for a long time. Well, I'm glad you enjoy your stay. Thank you so much. Watching 4 hours and didn't realize it's resub day. I see. Your grandchildren? That's a bit ambitious, but thank you very much, Steve Parker, for your kind words. And yes, I just imagine you just like lurking. What I tend to do in various chats, even if I'm sometimes active in those chats, is I just have the chat closed. The game screen more or less full screen, and so I don't even look at chat, so I often wouldn't realize anyways if it's resub day anymore or not. Although currently I don't have any subs on my own, because that's essentially how I want to save money right now. There we go. Only one gem miss, I was actually kinda lucky. So I don't feel like I can justify investing money into having subscriptions to other people currently. Even though there's like 10 people I would really like to support. But yeah. You were wondering why the screen was black and there was no sound? I guess you would need to restart or refresh. Like, Great Viper, pretty easy, ironically. Ironically, a Great Viper is casually one of the bosses that does tend to give you a bit of trouble if you don't bother to grind up Sylphid a little bit in levels. The refresh trick, nice. Flammy. Yeah, Flammy is cute, by the way. You can talk to Flammy. That's all it does, but that's cute. So, now, what do I want to upgrade? That's a level 4 sword. Want to go for sword? I guess I could go sword for a short while, until I'm ready for other stuff like the spear. I don't actually know whether I want to upgrade the spear, so I'm probably just going to go with the sword. Maybe. Let me think about this. So, as I said before, I'm going to take a bit of a strange route through this entire thing. So I don't actually need to worry about this for now. So, now, at this point in the game, you have the choice to either go to the desert or to the frost country. The speedrun route takes actually the desert first, because unless you experience the cutscene with the sand ship, you will have to go via Matanga in order to get to the desert all the time. Until you completed the sand ship cutscene, that's when you will be able to cannon travel directly from the ice country to the desert. But in this case, I will have to go by Matango again, because I'm going to the ice country first. But I'm actually going to make this even more complicated. Because, again, my next roadblock coming up, I think, is the Frostgigas. And I do have a plan on how to take him out in a reasonably reliably-ish quick manner. So what I need to do is, first of all, I need to figure out how much more money I need for buying new equipment. So I need... I guess I can buy this one straight up. Then I need another 550 gold. Again, I'm not going to buy the silver armlet. It doesn't actually have any benefit at all to get a silver armlet outside of a little bit more defense. Which a defense is nice, but the plus 5 strength in this kind of challenge run is way more important. I'm not going to exchange that. At least the plus 5 agility is potentially sometime in the future useful. Oh, the Sprite got hit for way more than Lady did. Did I equip the thing? I did. That's just still how much damage you take with the Sprite. So, either way, what I'm doing here is I need a bit more money, so I'm going to kill some of those howlers with the sword for now. And I have to be really careful about this, because those guys are just super fast. Their attack range is ridiculous. And they are just really scary overall as enemies. On the bright side, they do not have evasion. So as long as I hit them with the attack, I will kill them. I want to use a chocolate here to heal real quick. Clean up on aisle food box required. Brum, 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 brum. You know the cleanup? I think there's a secret to the cleanup. As one who plays Secret of Mana, what's your feelings towards Secret of Ember? I like the game. It's pretty neat. Kind of interesting in how different it is, despite looking so similar to Secret of Mana. In reality, it's actually a completely different engine than Secret of Mana. Secret of Ember is not running on the same engine. It's actually just basically a game that is built after the image or idea of Secret of Mana, and that's why I saved, rather than it being its own game. So this is really spooky. Those enemies are strong. Actually, I think I'm going to handle this differently, so I'm going to do this differently. Let me check the donation thing real quick. Oh my goodness. Me Speedy, thank you. Thank you so much for the $25 donation. That is really, really kind of you. And you say, cheers, Yaka. Have a wonderful day and good luck on staying awake. You seriously wouldn't for 16 hours straight. Oh, Me Speedy, thank you so much for being so kind. Don't worry, 16 hours is not nearly as bad as 18. And I'm not even joking about that. 18 hours is significantly more difficult than 16. 16 is just kind of when I tend to start getting a bit sleepy and drowsy again. 18 I could actually go on afterwards for a while longer, because that's more or less when I start being a bit more awake again after a brief down period, a sense. I'm just going to use a spear here. Way safer. I didn't buy the... oh well, I don't need it, I guess. Yeah, thank you so much, Me Speedy. Fun fact, by the way, Skies of Arcadia speedrun record is just under 13 hours. Signal segment. Those guys are crazy. Crazy awesome, I tell you. I just like Skies of Arcadia. Alrighty, so this is Boreal Face, and I'm going to deal about 60 damage per attack, which... not a whole lot, but as long as I play it properly, I will literally never get hit by him. Oh wow, that was a nice crit. Oh, that's bad. The lady got stuck over there, so I couldn't move anywhere, and now this guy just one-shot me with 404 damage. 404 damage not found. Or, I guess defense not found. As I said, if I play it right, I will literally never get hit. But that's kind of weird. The lady was just stuck over there, and I had no idea what to do. So I tried to get back to the Boreal Face. He actually only casts spells when you are far away from him. And even then, often he just throws the pumpkin bomb and doesn't do anything else. So it's actually kind of unusual that he does that. I think it's only like 3 or so wolves until I level up with the Sprite. And if I just balloon them, they are rather harmless. The balloon ever sticks, that is. By the way, we are going to spend about an hour grinding very soon, so if you feel like you need to take a shower, clean your laundry or something of that equivalent, you will have a good opportunity rather soon, let's put it that way. 2 more bosses and then that will happen. So, alrighty. Where was I? 86 damage. We can try to do a bit of math in our head, I guess. 86 plus... nothing so far. $89, that's 176. So what I'm doing here is I'm just charge attacking because I can only hit him once per cycle. He has pretty solid defense and the charge attack is just way more efficient than anything else. I could in theory charge up the sword or the spear up to level 4 if I were to grind it up to that point. Oh well. This guy has like 1400 HP or so? Something like that. Either way, as long as I stand in the correct spots, he will never ever even get to hit me. So it's basically just me not messing up too much. 1100. Alright, that's way nicer. And if I get crits, that actually speeds up everything by quite a bit. By the way, the pumpkins essentially land on top of the trees, which makes the pumpkin attack, which by the way is technically melee based. I guess all boss attacks are technically melee based. Either way, it makes the pumpkin attack essentially just be on high ground, and I'm still on low ground, so it never even hits me. For that reason. As long as I'm not too far away from this clown. I will be able to just keep killing him. And hitting him. This is one of the few instances where the L and R buttons are actually useful. So when you hold down the B button, and then you press L or R, or hold L or R at the same time as you hold the B button, you can actually make your character stay in the same facing direction as he already is, while still moving around. That's why I can move backwards here if I do this, just kind of like that if I feel like it. This is one of the few instances where it's somewhat useful, because that way I can guarantee to move back against the trees. Make sure I'm facing this guy and then just release the attack. Oh! I thought I hit you when I was reading chat. And hey Looney Cloud, welcome, I hope you're doing well. And thank you for dropping by. And it's quite awesome so far, thank you. Oh, he's dead already. I kind of was prepared to go on for about another 5 minutes or so. You do the same thing when you stream, just make noise along with the music. I mean, it's pretty fun. So, and here is where the weird route comes into play. What I'm gonna do is I grab Salamander right here, and now I'm going to go back to the desert. I have to defeat Mechrider #1 in order to get there. But essentially, what I want to do is I want to get to my grinding spot. And the by far best grinding spot coming up is... I did split already actually. It's just Mechrider and Boreal face backwards. Thank you, however, I appreciate that heads up. By far the best grinding spot for a long time to come is, especially for melee characters, inside the... Did I just despawn all of those? I did not even know that was possible. I need to research that one. Either way, if I try to go to Kakara... Sorry, not enough gunpowder. Pretty sure Kakara and Tango are about the same distance away, by the way. Either way. I want to enter the Fire Palace. And that's where the best grinding spot for quite a while is going to be. Inside the Fire Palace. I want to take advantage of that before I'm facing the Frost Gigas. I remember the Frost Gigas being a bit more of a pain than I would like to admit. So I'm just going to do the grind before I'm going to be facing him. And I'm going to grind us significantly more than I would normally. So my normal goal is like... How do I do this? Oh, that's good. My normal goal was like level 24, 25 on the lady, which is already way higher level than what I traditionally would be at. But with the Sprite I kind of go with 230 and beyond, maybe even. I don't know how far I'm exactly going to go. I'll figure that out along the way. By the way, fun fact in this desert here, in order to get to your goal, all you have to do is go one up, one left, one down, one right, one up. Or, alternatively, you can also go one up, one right, one down, one left, one up. Or, you can also go one up, one left, one up, one right, one up. You can also go one up, one right, one up, one left, one up. Essentially, the desert loops around in a kind of small circle. You just need to get to your starting position from a different angle, let's put it that way. Where are my boss? Oh, there it is. Mech Rider is level 24, he has 980 HP, he has 18 MP, speed up costs 4, you can only do that 3 times then, right? Or does it cost 3? It might cost 3. How much MP does speed up cost? What's the lowest level you can finish the game with? Like a low percent. Low percent with glitches? Without, I have no clue. I guess you could probably go like level 3, level 1 and level 1. That's, however, purely theoretical. Because it's technically possible. Could you get out of there, please? I need to go down there. That is purely theoretical. So it is theoretically possible to kill a boss, which would give you experience, but die at the same time. And that still counts as a victory. It's the easiest to achieve by having the sprite die as he casts a spell and having everybody else die as well. That way you can kill bosses without getting experience. Three MP, okay, so he can cast speed up 6 times. Thank you, Leffen, appreciate that. Didn't know about that guy, it's a weird save point. And yes, I will probably snowman the 2. Most likely. Alrighty, so here this guy. I'm gonna hit you. I'll try to anyways. Oh my goodness. Chance to hit! Through the floor! Are you just not dealing enough damage? The sprite might just not deal enough damage to actually deal him. Oh no, never mind, there it is. That's speed up level, that is speed up number 1. So I'm actually going to defeat this guy in a bit of an unusual fashion. So, as a lot of you know, bosses or enemies in general, when they use projectiles, your ghost buddies actually do absorb those projectiles. So what that means is that I could use them to absorb the little rockets that occur here. However, my plan is different this time around. I just want to even avoid that as well. Or at least not take as much of an advantage as I usually do. So what I'm going to do is I just run this guy out of MP. He only has 18 MP. Each time he casts speed up, it costs him 3. This one is going to be number 3, so that is 9 MP used. So he can only cast speed up 3 more times. And what that does for me is I will be able to uh-oh. I avoid that. Oh. That's what I mean, the ghost just absorbed the projectiles. I want to try and not have that happen, but it's almost impossible. Either way, essentially what he does is, as long as I'm not in a straight line away from him, he will be slowly moving towards me, and if I hit him as a reaction, he takes an action. If he does not have a buff, he will try to cast speed up on himself. However, if he does have a buff, like speed up, he will use those little rockets. So that is number 5, I think. So, the idea is that if he does not have a buff, but he is out of MP, he will try to cast speed up on himself, but he will fail to do so because he doesn't have enough MP. And that way you can completely avoid getting hit by those rockets in the first place. Like, let's say you're not happy with me abusing the ghosts absorbing projectiles like the little rockets, which, by the way, those little rockets are vicious. This is essentially a really easy way of just taking care of this guy. Well, maybe not the easiest, but it's reasonably simple overall. As you can see, he tries to do the thing. He doesn't have enough MP. And so I can just repeatedly hit him until he's dead. Really easy way to take him out, especially on a character that has very low physical power. Now he's just waving at you. With his fist, but yes, I guess he's waving at me. Fun fact, there's also a place where you can get him stuck in the terrain. You can basically make him be like around here. Then he just, for some reason... Oh, wait a second, I think I know how this works now. It goes up instead? Are you on the way up now? Do you go on the top left corner? Oh, he went down. You got up right now? No, that didn't work. I was just wondering whether his left or up and down movement, once he reaches the end of the arena, is determined by him moving the forehand. Either way, you can get him stuck over there. Casually remember hating this fight. Casually I remember bombing this guy with Earth Slides and he was dead. Which, by the way, Freeze is much more efficient than Earth Slides. But I did not know that at the time. He's shaking his fist. Get off my lawn! Yep. Spiky Tiger was your nemesis? Yes. Most people's nemesis was Spiky Tiger because that thing is just brutal. Especially if you don't know what you're doing. That thing is not nice. Anyway, I defeated 2 bosses without upgrading my equipment because I didn't need an upgraded equipment. And I still don't technically need it right now, but it would definitely be nice to have. So before I do this, I'm going to sacrifice the sprite and the boy and the lady to the Sand Spider God. And then we move on. And yes, Biospark, that's kind of generally why people think this game has rather questionable hitboxes. It does have at times, not saying it doesn't, but Wallface is actually not one of them, ironically. Why did I buy that? I don't need that. Sand Spider wondering where his meal went. Well, the thing is, when people die in this world, they just take on an ethereal form, which means they are actually pretty horrible food for predators if you think about it that way. At level 4? No, it's not. The sword is level 4 though. So Frostgigas is actually the next boss I'm going to tackle. However, before that I'm gonna grind. I could have upgraded the spear, but I kind of want it to be at level 3, for the balloon still. I'm not upgrading it quite yet. I have a sword at level 4 if I need a bit more damage. Burst. I bought new equipment, I didn't even equip it. Let me do this real quick. 11 more defense here and 12 more defense there. So that's actually a pretty substantial boost. That's 23 more damage reduction. I just heard a thing. Biospark, thank you. Thank you so kindly. Thank you so much for being so kind, Biospark, for the $10 donation. And it reads, happy to support while I can. Oh, thank you so much, Biospark. That's really nice of you. Really appreciate that. So this is why I need Salamander from the Ice Country. Yes, this allows me to actually get in here and activate those orbs. With this passage now open, this very room is the exact room that we are going to be in for an hour or so. And I'm not necessarily joking about an hour, it might actually be more. So this is what I meant with, if you have some laundry to do, you need to take a shower, if you need to clean the dirty dishes, or I don't know, weave a new carpet, or make another rug, or I don't know, but whatever you may have to do, that you need to do, now is a good opportunity. Because here, I picked up the chest, not because I need 1,000 gold, soon I will pretty much have no money worries at all anymore, because I'm going to kill that many enemies, but that chest always occupies one spawn slot. There's only a possible spawn slot of 3 enemies in this area, and because the chest will always occupy one, there will be only 2 bow rats spawning. I open the chest is gone, now there's 3 bow rats right here. They have very low HP for how strong they are or how much experience they give, and I can just hit them again, hit them again, hit them again, and we move on. And well, that's how I'm going to be grinding. I'm kinda glad that we finally got here, by the way, because again, this is one of the most efficient grinding spots. I kind of wanted to grind as little as possible before this, which is why I'm doing this kind of weird route. Instead of going to the Frost Gigas right after getting Salamander, I'm going here. Just so I have an easier time with the Frost Gigas, because that guy is going to be a monster. People don't die when they are killed, anime lie to you. Well, as you may have learned from Undertale, anime is not real. Dragon Ball Z, no one ever stays dead. Yeah, that's true actually. It's actually a really convenient way to just train too, apparently. So, in fact, in Dragon Ball Z, assuming they can actually train after being dead that much, that means somehow either their ethereal bodies transform over to their real bodies, or they just take the real bodies into the afterlife or something like that. Kinda weird to think about it. You follow a shower, done your loud dishes, so I guess you're going to start weaving a new rug. Well, then that sounds awesome, Akila. I hope you make it at least a little bit purple. But I'd like to point out that with the solo character with the boy, he almost starts one-shotting those guys with a level 4 spear. To be fair, it's a level 4 spear, so a bit stronger, but his base damage is just so much higher. It's crazy. You didn't learn from Undertale because you said it was real. Really? I mean, that's kind of being nice, but at the same time, that's not being honest, is it? Well, I guess it depends on your perspective, isn't it? You're on the fence about anime. Orcs, however, are very real. Beach smash. Or freeze? Trolls are very real. I guess, yeah, actually, trolls are very real indeed. They may not have the physical manifestation that you expect them to have, but yeah. Actually curious how well I would do using the sword here rather than the spears. Don't feed the trolls. Easier said than done. I missed apparently. Thing is, trolls need to eat too, so you kind of need to feed them at least a little bit. Otherwise they're going to be really unhappy. So the sword is not nearly as good as a weapon to do this here. Do they live on the bridges? Some of them do, at least. That's kind of how tradition demands them to be. And if you don't pay the toll, then you might be in trouble. You know Legend Bandit, Robin Foot? Ah, sure. Are they called like that in Japanese? I don't know, actually. I would need to run the Japanese version for that to know. I guess I could have run the Japanese version today. On the other hand, I actually don't know whether doing a solo character challenge run has any influence on the Japanese version, so I would probably play it safe and still play the English version. Ow. The legendary bandit Robin Foot and his companions moderately sized John. Yep, that sounds about right. So we are going to at least level 30. Let me actually look up the stats real quick to see what would be a good stopping point for both constitution, but I guess mainly strength at this point. When is the next strength point after level 30 here? Oops. So level 30, 258 HP. That's one too early. We would have 20 strength. It would need level 32 for one more point of strength. One more level for one more point of constitution. We actually do start gaining more and more constitution quicker, it looks like. So it's level 31 for one more point of constitution, level 32 for one more point of strength. So, level 32 I guess it is. For now. I might go for more. We are now level 26. I might actually go for much more than that, thinking about it, because from 26 to 32 we only gain 3 points of strength. So that's less than a power rest. It's crazy. I guess maybe I need to more look for survivability instead. The biggest problem about survivability will be Gorgon Bowl coming up. But for Gorgon Bowl, I plan on actually grinding for a amulet. So I guess, actually no, the next problem with survivability is going to be Doom's Wall. Is there a better place to grind for Doom's Wall? Probably not, actually. Because this here is just insanely good. Doom's Wall's physical damage is actually surprisingly low. So the magic damage is kind of what I need to worry about. To an extent anyways. So I'm going to look mostly for good stopping points for Constitution. The next stopping point would be... we get 1-1... Oh, actually, starting from level 30, we seem to get... oh no, never mind. I was looking at intelligence. Never mind. Next one is 34. Alrighty. Current goal level is level 34. Ouch. Which also should give us a nice HP pool to have a solid buffer. It's almost 300 HP at that point. One of the main problems is, if I just continue on, I would not be able to come back here, even if I wanted to. Because the fire temple is just completely empty. Which makes it relatively awkward trying to get more levels if I feel like I need them. Since I don't really think I have a good place to grind at that point. They're called Porobin Fudo in Japanese. Interesting fuzzy pawns. So Fudo is probably kind of the English word for foot. Very likely they do that kind of thing. I don't know what a Porobin is, but it's probably just a Japanese thing. Might be able to ask Teshura. But that's actually a thing. I'm actually at the point where having one more level or leveling up the spear would probably be able to two-shot those guys. But I guess maybe not reliably enough that I could afford a low damage roll. So I most likely will need 3 hits anyways. It doesn't exactly make much of a difference. We are level 28 now. 6 more. You've been doing drawing as a hobby. And New Year's you decided was to work on it each day. You think you should do Secret Mana piece soon? That would be awesome. What kind of drawing do you do, if I may ask? That's really nice. Like, do you do watercolor or just painting style, or maybe pens? Or maybe everything, I don't know. Oh yeah, that sounds like a good hobby to pick up. The first version of the enemy is called Poron. The Porobin Foot is probably just kind of an extension for Poron to be, well, Robin Hood. Ah, I see. The wall is actually called Rumugado. In Japanese, room guard. That's curious. I should run the Japanese version just so I figure out the names of various enemies. Foot is probably a minor error translation. I would not necessarily say that. I would dare to say that it's likely to be more of a... You don't want to make a direct reference to those kinds of things for the fear of copyright infringement. That's kind of my interpretation of why you would go for actually foot, because that's just close enough and it even sticks with the translation. Use pencil, markers, whiteboard markers, just got a set of watercolor pens. You keep switching all the tensions during videos and keep it fresh. That sounds awesome actually, Biospark. Nice. Hope it turns out well. And if you'd like to share your art, if you feel confident enough in that, or just feel like sharing, regardless, we do have a Discord if you'd like to join that. Robin Hood as a story is public domain. Is it? Well, the thing is, copyright infringement cases were such a big deal that I would not be surprised if they just didn't bother looking up whether that could be a possible copyright infringement and just decided to avoid it at all cases by doing that instead. Because, if I remember correctly, people say that the English translation for this game only had 1 month, or the English team to translate this game had 1 month. And that's crazy for an entire game. Oh, by the way, each point of strength actually counts for a little bit more than before, because we now have more seeds that we have sealed, and each seed actually increases our combat power, defense and offense just a little bit. And I think it's a percentage of what we have. I'm actually not sure about that. That's just my guess. I work in a school, and a year ago you did this big video. Game collage on your whiteboard in your office. Took like 4 weeks to complete. But it's the largest you've ever done. And your whiteboard in your office. That sounds pretty awesome. By the way, you can easily see as to why this is such a crazy good grinding spot. 3 Goblin Hoods, they are guaranteed to be dead as long as I just slash at them 3 times. Or well, almost guaranteed, I guess. They have very low HP, they have no evasion. So that does make them just really simple to completely destroy. So we are now level 31. As I said, 34 is my goal. Considering how easy and simple this is here, maybe I want to go further, but at the same time, I kinda plan on doing a different type of grind a bit later, in preparation for the Temple of Darkness, and especially Gold Tower, Gorgon Bull, which is the next big, gigantic roadblock after Doomswall. Doomswall is going to be quite a roadblock already, coming up. But not nearly as big as Gorgon Bull is going to be, I dare to say. That's why I want to go for the thing. Oh, I see. Thank you, Biospark, for linking that. I appreciate it. By the way, in case you're wondering about their chests, their rare drop is a quilted hood, if I'm not mistaken. Which I probably should actually buy one, because they give +5 agility. And their common drop is chocolate, I think. So either way, nothing too exciting, and not worth the time investment to open up those chests, since I can just easily buy 100 chocolates and 20 quilted hoods if I wanted to. Since grinding on those guys gives me a load of money. Actually wondering whether... Ah, that doesn't quite kill them. Almost. Funny that all Japanese monster names so far have katakana names. I see. Yeah, I feel like it's probably kind of a lot of references or Englishy words, most likely. Kind of like a lot of video games at the time tended to have. I think anyways. Level 32. I believe we get 1 more point of strength right here. 34, we actually also get 1 point of strength, so that's a pretty good stopping point. So the reason why I'm actually a bit more familiar with katakana than I'm with kanji. Is it kanji? No, wait. Okay, I don't know my names or words for that stuff. I'm more familiar with hiragana, actually. I think hiragana is the one that is usually... I actually don't remember. Either way, Tales of Fantasia uses a lot of English words for its item names. And that's kind of where I started learning it. Tales of Fantasia was the first game I've run in Japanese because there is, well, no official English version. So if I wanted to play on console, it was either with an SD2 SNES, which I didn't have at the time, or use... Don't open that! Oh, that's bad. That's really, really bad. That's really, really, really bad. Don't trap, by the way, is petrification, which means half of my HP is gone. Whew. Can never technically kill you, but I just get accidentally hit by those guys. I might die. Where was I? You find katakana harder to distinguish. The thing is, I only know really certain letters or characters, you could say. Just because those are easy to identify, since that's what I use as an identifier for words. Like, I know I know o, I know me, I know me, I know ru. Those are the ones that I just kind of always recognize because I've used them so much. Also, I know mu. And then I know a bunch of other ones just because they are rather memorable for whatever reason. You thought stone was into depth of Final Fantasy? Not quite, no. Petrification is half of their current HP and damage, which is why if you use gnomes weapons or gnome sabers from the ladies enchant, it's one of the best enchants in the entire game if the enemy is susceptible to getting petrified. Because the funny thing is, petrification gets applied before the damage, which means, let's say an enemy has 200 HP and you hit him for 100 damage with petrification weapon. You will one-shot him because he first loses 50% of his HP, which is 100 in that case, with petrification, and then you deal 100 damage on top of that, so it's an insane amount of damage really easily. Gonna bother you now, but what RPG had a stone status effect, but if they look damaged to almost they shattered and died? I don't know that one. I know there is like the zombie status effect in Final Fantasy IX, where if you take any damage you die. Or actually, that was the frozen status effect. They take any damage, they die. Baldur's Gate and Icewind Dale did that. I see. There is a Baldur's Gate for the GameCube, right? Might also be PlayStation. Yeah, Freeze in Final Fantasy IX works that way. Some Final Fantasies handle the zombie status the same way, I think. But yeah, other than that, I wouldn't necessarily know. But in Final Fantasies, if you hit an enemy of petrification, it's basically just insta-death. For your part, it's only an insta-death if everybody is either unconscious and or petrified. There's, I guess, a difference. Wizardry games might have also done that kind of thing. Although I think on Wizardry, petrification would probably be more akin to instant death. It has a lot of types of instant death in that game. Asphyxiation, straight up doom, tilt-a-white, stuff like that. The Viperins in Japanese actually boa. Alright. Interesting. What about the dragon worm? What is the dragon worm called in that case? Which is the second worm enemy? Dark Alliance games. Alrighty, we are level 34 now. Which is more than I've ever grinded before. We have 103,000 gold. We only have 27 strength. Damn, that's a low strength score. That's +5 if the power is, by the way. Normally we'd only have 22. So we're getting outside of here for now. Hope that we don't die on the way back. That would be lovely. Also Dragon Warmer. Thank you, Fuzzy Bones.